further. Didn't even notice that it rained all summer. When we should stop, we go further. Didn't even notice that. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about think I'd try this a new way. I'm gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me up tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time, I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through, get you out of your comfort zone, 'cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing you.
Woo!
Yeah, no, it's just there are certain holidays and festivities that Caleb is looking forward to celebrate with his group.
Well,
Merry
it'd be nice.
Chrysler.
Are we
It
invited?
would be nice if we get through a year.
Yeah, he can't he can't play pranks on you and shit like that if you're not there. So, you know.
Pranking? All right. I'm all about pranking.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Happy
Anyway, hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. Woo! With the Black Tower stories, particularly Adventures of Athoria is where we're going on. So last session we went through chapter 83, where you guys spent some time in the lair of Ardenax, the Spellweaver. That unsurprisingly really ended up being Arden Brightsong. Even kind of serenaded you guys a little bit with some song. And I impressed Rab. So, like, that's always good. And then after killing Ardenax and basically leaving his body to rot in the throne room, because, I mean, what the hell else do you do with the giant dragon corpse? You guys decided to try and make this your base of operations. So over the following week, you guys spent some time investigating the area a little bit. A fair bit of time trying to convince the local baroness that was okay. And were eventually allowed, provided a certain amount of secrecy was agreed to. During that time, Caleb reached out and had Gander come and join you guys, and helped repairing some of the Nimblewright automatons that make up the Arcane Library, as well as just kind of getting a lay of the land. Now that you guys have kind of spent some time in the sanctuary, you're starting to take some time to think about your next plans. But you had a question over there, Caleb.
Just wanted to point out that I would have cast Gentle Repose on the dragon, so that it wouldn't be
yes.
decaying.
I know, but the whole point is I'm talking about just leaving a dragon
Just making
carcass.
sure.
I mean, but hey, if you have like local like war bands or traders that want to give you lip, invite them to the throne room, let them see a dead dragon, and just be like, "Hey, you want to end up like the dragon? Because we could go another round, you know."
That's a very
Exactly.
good way of keeping a secret by inviting people directly into your throne room.
I'm just saying, if push came to shove, or I guess
Fireball.
if you needed to push or shove someone, then
They'll take an attack
be a good
action,
option.
and then you have contested rolls, right?
Okay.
We're getting off
So,
topic.
Like in
It is.
athletics or
yeah,
something.
after about a week or so of downtime, you guys kind of collect yourself on the morning of the 52nd day of the first steed. Slowly kind of starting to stretch into the latter half of the spring season. Amongst breakfast being served to you by the servitors, which is a little unusual that there's like these small cadre of just, children walking around. But, yep. The morning is yours to do with as you will.
I have a question.
For me or the group?
For you, Eric,
Okay.
the dungeon master. Did
That's fine. I mean, I
Horred
only...
and Kelmac take out those kobolds, or are they still being an issue?
Yeah, they took them out. They were not really that difficult. I mean, they would have been difficult if you fought them prior to the dragon, because the dragon would have given them some power, but since you killed the dragon, I guess it's not really a big thing anymore. But I reserve the right to use some of the really cool traps and boss mechanics that I developed for later.
Okay, we'll allow it.
Okay.
Sucks to suck.
Don't say that.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're off.
Yes.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'll get him a Dr. Pepper before the next time.
Yeah. I got it.
Product placement. So we've been doing
Dr.
this.
Pepper has rewards program now. I thought about signing up.
You would bankrupt them.
No, man. If I could get me like Dr. Pepper merch, I'd wear it then.
So it's been a week, guys. What's the plan?
I think we lost to Caleb.
Yeah, we always lose him. He's in the library.
He's being a little golem.
I'm bored. When are we going to leave this place?
We just got it though. We should come back sometimes.
I mean, like, yeah, but like, can we not get some entertainment or something? Gosh, I mean,
What do you want for entertainment? Like,
well, I mean, I'm really bored right now, and in the past, when I was this level of bored, I would just ask someone to eat copper pieces. So, I mean, that's a really low bar to set, but I would take that right now.
I wonder if those nimble rights will do it.
Are any of them around us?
no, they're all in they live in the library.
Oh, I guess, like, where are we physically?
The dining hall.
You guys are in the living quarters, specifically in the like feast hall, dining hall area.
Okay.
Well, we could turn in the quest for the dragon.
You didn't.
I was busy. Like there was a lot of shit going on the past week.
There was a lot of deliberating about with the Baroness.
Yeah. So
Yeah, what did she decide, by the way? I've kind of disassociated every time this has been brought up.
if I recall what she said, Eric.
Obviously, firstly, she was not pleased, as she was like, hey, I did, paraphrasing here, I did tell you that we sealed this place for a reason so that no one would ever find out about it. No. You're like, yeah, but we kind of killed the dragon and saved the area, and honestly, like, we could protect it and shit. And it's like, okay, well, that's not a horrible idea. I guess we can trust you, but you gotta you got to protect it, and you can't tell anyone about it. And it's like, you got it, sweet cheeks. And
First
you know,
thing you
that's
do
Probably not
is
color.
bring 2 people.
Immediately tell 2 people.
well, she doesn't know that.
Look, S&M was only involved, I think. More or less.
Yeah. But yes, just to clarify, because wait, yes, Caleb, also letting you know you did have time to transcribe that circle into your memory.
That's good, because then we can't get back easily.
Yeah. What did you say? What were you about to ask me?
Nothing. I was just going to tell you. I was like, I don't know if you caught that in the notes because I did answer it, and then I remembered.
Yeah.
Wait, no, you did because you specifically asked me if you could do that during the downtime, and I said yes. So I forgot and then remembered as I started to ask you. Yeah. So congratulations.
How much of the repair would we have been able to do in that week of downtime with Gander?
For like the automatons and such? Actually, pretty much all of it. Gander is like, this is exactly Gander's wheelhouse, you know, he's a tinkerer. So he probably spends the first couple hours just kind of like marveling, because Nimblewright automatons are very rare. They require very practiced, very skilled hands in tinkering in order to create, because they're far more delicate than a traditional automaton like a Warforge. So after he got done fangirling a little bit, then yes, he would have been able to have them fixed. So you guys have Auric, and then you have Aria, Argent, Alaric, Aurelia, and Aeon are all of your Nimblewrights. And you would have known, and I'll post if you guys want to, but they all have their own kind of specialties that they do.
Quirks, you could say.
But yes, I would like that.
They specialize in, so they kind of divide the library up and focus on cataloging specific sections of the library for enhanced efficiency.
Is Gander in the room with us?
That is, I will probably say only if you guys want him to be, otherwise he's down in the workshop.
I want to talk to him.
Okay, well then, Gander was probably up here at least getting free food. You know, one of the only things that Gander has ever loved, really.
Like
Gander.
nice coffee in the morning.
You know that's
great.
fair. You know that's fair.
Thank you. No, the coffee and a nice hair. Thank you very much.
Gander, what have you been up to? I know you probably already said it, but I must have been disassociating.
Yes, Gander tells you a story about spending plenty of time, not with the Athenium necessarily, but with the Lyceum, doing a lot of studying, spending a lot of time in some of the Elven ruins, in some libraries, mostly building things, and helping out with a variety of projects. He actually has developed a bit of, how would I say, a reputation with the Athenium and the Lyceum, such that he now has status with those organizations. And can definitely back up Lady Isadora's comment saying that, yes, from what he's seen, the Athenium and the Magus Council would be very interested in this knowledge and very trigger happy if they were told they couldn't have it.
Wow, thank you for the explanation, Gandor.
Yeah,
sound
sorry,
kinda
I
different these
don't
days.
do the Fendleton voice like Gander does, and I would have thrown that on to Aaron, but I didn't want to do that at last minute.
What's the point of okay?
Well, hey,
Voice. It's the
you
voiceless.
may
cutscene
continue to
with the
grill
speech
him if you
bubbles.
want.
I mean, if you're answering, I'm not going to.
Okay.
So Caleb,
Okay.
Caleb, what's the best way to go to like an adventurers guild to turn in a quest and then come back? Do we like go to the travelers union and then just teleport back to our circle?
What you could do is you could go down the mountain and travel and do all that.
Oh, work.
Or we could just teleport to the closest location. What location did you want to turn a quest into?
Let's see. I didn't think about that. Come back to me later.
If I recall, Caleb knows the circles to Master Valerion's place, the Valley of the Fates, and then now this place. Did you have any other circles? Okay. Yeah, you didn't have one in Avedon yet.
So probably Master Valerion's place because it's in a large city and we could turn in the quest there.
Let's pop up in on him again, unexpected. That was a lot of fun.
We should let him know.
About that.
Set off all the alarms.
About that. And I turn around and I see Master Valerian in the library.
You let him get
Oh,
here?
that's true. That's true. Well, he popped in for like a day or so because, he can't really be around
I like the
that
idea.
often.
I prefer not knowing he was here.
I told you exactly what I was going to
You
do.
said you were
Yes,
bringing
that is-
in Gander and some help. You didn't say him.
Yes.
It's almost
I
a bit
mean, I will
disassociating.
say that was a situation where, like, that was one of the night you guys killed the dragon, he's calling. Hasn't even checked with the Baroness to see if it's okay.
Yo,
And he's
dude,
like, oh,
that's
no,
what I did.
Bring in
He's
my
like,
best friend.
it's
That's
supposed-
it.
Yeah, he's like, oh, sorry, I can't do that. I can't leave the kids alone. And then when he finds the thing, he's like, oh, hey, guess what? By the way, we have a teleportation circle. And the guy's like, oh, really? No shit. Okay.
Now
well,
I don't gotta leave the fucking kids alone. Whoop.
Yeah, so now he'll just be like, okay, kids, now we've done your morning lessons, do recess and study hall, and I'll be back in a couple hours.
Exactly like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
No
In
one-
which
no
he
one
does
else,
seem to be
Caleb.
spending more time, because any of the books in the library, for whatever reason, can't leave the library. So he's spending a lot of time there.
Yeah.
You probably didn't notice because you guys don't spend time in libraries.
I was doing other things.
What other things were you doing? It's so boring down here.
I was trying out this technique where I swing 2 axes as effectively as one. Then I got
yeah?
tired because this +1 axe, this magical one, and this one work really good together.
That actually sounds entertaining. You should have told me.
You were busy like reading and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I would have watched.
Let me play time to watch when our lives are on the line.
Yeah, I'll also clarify here just to let you know, Izal, that +1 axe you have is of dwarven make.
Ooh, similar style too. Not the
Yeah,
same.
it's got kind of like the metal is more like brassy in color, and it's got more like warm wood handles and stuff on it, leading you to believe it's probably came from the dwarven lands of Kelgaram to the north. Hill dwarves and such. So probably from that area.
Neat.
But if everything else that I've attempted have already been done, I would also try and go to the forge area and try to speak to them to see if there's anything I can do to assist them or if they need anything.
They're kind of buttheads earlier.
Yeah, they were kind of assholes. And
Well, to be fair,
Caleb-
they recently just got enslaved, and they didn't really want new masters. So I kind of understand what they're coming from.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess another way to kind of explain it is for those of you who have seen like Howl's Moving Castle, it's like a calcifer, right? Like this is the burning, beating heart of the Sanctum, and like all of the kind of machinery and energy that goes forth to keeping this place running is located here. So, yeah, and they're very much just they have their creator. They do what their creator tells them to do, and they have no interest in having anything to do with anyone that isn't their creator or someone their creator told to serve. That being said, they do ask, saying that it appears as though they are no longer sending water to the Enchanted Garden, and they haven't heard back from the Dryad and the other Greenkeepers. And so he is curious about what's going on there.
Dragon destroyed the picture. It was horrible.
Well, in doing though, I would say in the attempt to free you guys from the dragon and slay the dragon, the portal to that realm did end up getting destroyed.
It's not a lie. It's a very longly stretched
So the fire elemental you're speaking to at this point tells you, well, that's bad. And he tells you that we're going to have to speak to the master to figure out how to reopen that gate, because he's the only one capable of doing that.
I will say that it seems as though the master is not available to be contacted at the current moment. I have no idea where he is. And if you have any idea of ways to reach him, I would be more than willing to try and work those avenues.
You are aware that Alaris is dead, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're lying.
Not completely. I'm more asking if they know of other ways to contact him.
So basically, you're kind of sneaking a lie into the middle of the conversation and quickly changing the subject in hopes that they won't notice.
He said he can't be contacted right now, and if you have a way of
but he said he didn't
I do
know
not
why.
have a way of contacting the dead. If they have a way of contacting the dead.
Anyway, after a moment, the elemental tells you, well, that's quite unfortunate, as the enchanted, garden is really important to the master. He spends a lot of time in there. And the only reason I'm speaking it this way is because I cannot do a fire elemental accent this early in the session. It will kill my voice.
That's fine.
But we'll tell you that if we don't hear back from the master soon, then we're going to have to consult the echoes.
And who are the echoes?
In the timeless chamber.
Oh, gotcha.
The only room in this place you've yet to gain access to, or yet to access.
And what can they do in that regard?
They hold the memories of the Sanctum.
Okay.
So,
Well, I appreciate your help, and if there is anything that you do need, don't hesitate to let us know. We will be trying to bring this place up and running as soon as possible, because it seems the master has been away for a very long time. And then at that point, I will go that direction.
okay. To the timeless chamber?
Yes.
Okie dokie. All right. Somewhere in here, I had that. This word. Nope. Oh, I did. So that's my fault because I went in here trying to reorganize stuff yesterday.
Womp womp.
Okay. So with the Timeless Chamber, that's the painting that depicts the serene chamber with the otherworldly glow. The walls are adorned with intricate clockwork mechanisms and gears of all sizes, right? So you're going to step into that area?
Yes.
Okay. So as you step through the enchanted frame of this painting, you're enveloped by a sense of otherworldly ambience. The world around you takes on an ethereal glow, casting soft, iridescent light upon the surroundings. You find yourself standing in a chamber that defies the normal passage of time. The walls are adorned with intricate clockwork mechanisms, their gears of all sizes rotating and interlocking in a mesmerizing dance, as if all the laws of physics themselves bend and reshape within this peculiar space. In the center of the chamber, a grand cosmic clock stands still, its intricate design crafted with masterful precision. The clock's gears rotate tirelessly, their motion graceful and seamless. Its hands move in perpetual motion, never ceasing, as if marking the passage of time in a realm untouched by the mortal plane. You also see, like, to give you more of a sense, this chamber is really just kind of a floating, like, white stone dais with the clock. There's etchings on the floor, and then it's just kind of an expanse out with gears. Somewhat similar to the clockwork nirvana of Mechas, which you probably would have read about at some point in time. But yes, just the constant click, 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 clock, 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 and grinding of gears in this area.
We can't hear
Oh,
you.
you must be muted.
Yes, I muted myself. My bad.
Sorry, I was like, pause for comedic effect.
There's a long pause.
You said the clock is in the center of the room.
Yes.
I want to get up closer to the clock and try and inspect the clock and see what I can glean from it.
It's like a giant grandfather clock. It's odd in the sense that clocks aren't super common, but they do exist. In this one, you can tell it's like way over-engineered. There are far more gears and sprockets and, transfer rails and, wires and stuff than any clock would ever actually need. But yes, it's just like a constant shifting and whirring of gears and such. There are no obvious mechanisms for manipulating the clock, as far as you can tell. But spending a little bit of time, you can see that you can notice there are a couple gears that do stand out from some of the other ones, in the sense that they kind of rotate at different speeds, and are kind of more to the front, and you can kind of see as some of them will kind of slow down a little bit and then start spinning up again. They do have like rune markers on them, like numerals.
Am I able to determine what they affect?
With your intelligence, there are 3 of them, and they seem to be moving in kind of a similar pace as, like, say, or not 3 of them. Yeah, there's like 6 of them. Yeah, it's like year, month, day, and then 3 of them for time. So
Hour, minute,
there's
second.
like, yeah, and they're kind of, the numerals are kind of designed that way. As you're kind of inspecting the clock, you actually hear a voice kind of echoing from behind you. Ah, this is somewhat new. Who are you?
I will turn around. Do I see a figure, or is it just ambient sound?
You do, and actually a rather familiar-looking figure. You see kind of a highborn, kind of high elf, regal figure with kind of long, flowing robes. One section kind of draped over his arm. This is like like the statue of a Lairs that you guys saw in the gallery. This is basically, it looks like him in the flesh.
Well then, my name is Caleb. Nice to meet the memory conscious of the individual who created this.
Yes, it would seem you've already figured out how the timeless chamber works. Yes, I am one of the temporal echoes. The most recent, of course.
You say the most recent. How long ago was this?
Oh, it's hard to say exactly. Based on the flowing of time, I would have to say 300 years, give or take. The other ones of us are much older than that.
Yeah, so, do you know what has happened to your physical body?
Well, seeing as how I am the most recent, and it's been 300 years, I also had the longing towards my time, so I suppose I have departed for Arvandor.
Yes, I didn't know if any other individuals had made their way here, such as the dragon that was.
Yes. Yes, unfortunately, he did come here. I refused to speak to him. I knew what he was as soon as he came in, and I have no interest in helping him. But then again, I suppose if you're here, perhaps he is no longer?
Yes, we dealt with him, and in seeing the magnificence of your sanctum, we have decided to stay a while and explore.
To claim and use the spoils. Well, I suppose that is the way with adventurers. But I would hope that you don't get too meddlesome. The knowledge contained within my sanctum is powerful and dangerous to those who do not know how to wield it.
That I am aware. And that is also something that we are in charge of. Preventing knowledge from within from escaping into the wrong hands. We are now protectors of your sanctum.
Well, let us see if you are up for the task. I suppose my normal defenses should aid you somewhat there as well. And provided you didn't destroy the sentinels, they are a powerful deterrent.
Yeah, we noticed. They hurt a lot.
Yes, they are designed to combat a variety of threats, both mundane and magical. I would imagine you've had a hard time.
I had to essentially run. And then we went and killed the dragon. But For now, we are working on rebuilding your automatons because a lot of them have fallen into disarray.
That is quite unfortunate. I relied on them so heavily. They were the collectors and collators and curators of my knowledge, all that I had learned throughout my many centuries. Well, I suppose you should have my thanks for that. Still, are you here for some curiosity, or did you intend on using the chamber?
Both. I was speaking to the elementals, and they said that they are in need of instruction from you to take orders from other people. And they had said that we could come up here to speak to an echo of you, of yourself. Or, in other words, yes. So I came up here to introduce myself so we can talk and you can find out what type of individual now lies in your area.
Well, I suppose that is at least commendable of you. Of course, I would have preferred if you'd come to see me first, but then again, it's not as if I had some kind of a sign saying, "Talk to the owner here." And I doubt very much my sentinels would have regarded you if you had said something as cliché as "taking to your leader."
Yeah,
However,
I do. That would have gone well.
The elemental attendants can be capricious, and their loyalty is unwavering. I did create them for the explicit purpose of maintaining the Sanctum, so it would not surprise me that they are unyielding to any visitor that does not have my stamp of approval.
They are very effective. That is for sure.
Well, unfortunately, as I am not capable of granting them any sort of command at this point in time, I'm afraid the only way to get past that is to find yourself as the owner and master of the Sanctum. I assume you have some idea of what that might entail.
I have read into it some. I have looked into the Sanctum spell in of itself. But unless I know the specifics of how yours was created, I won't be able to take it over unless it's through your blessing. And you teach me how.
Well, simply put, I suppose it wouldn't harm me to say. After all, even if I tell you, that won't guarantee your success. But in your case, when I became master of the spell, this particular sanctum, each of my lesser worlds contains a fragment of my will. If you are able to convince the various factions that exist here in the sanctum of your generous and true nature, then they will give you something that you will require in order to perform the attunement.
In the taking over of the Sanctum and in the fight with the dragon, one of the portals did get destroyed.
Which one in particular?
The Enchanted Forest.
That's a shame. I spent a lot of time on that one.
I do have a question in regards to that. Does that mean that place is physically destroyed, or just the portal there is destroyed?
Oh, just the portal. Once a demiplane is constructed, it continues to exist. If the portal is destroyed, then it simply traps whatever it is within the demiplane there. I very much imagine the Greenkeepers will not be pleased at being trapped within the Enchanted Garden. But provided you are able to invoke another demiplane, you can reconnect that gate. You do have the ability to invoke a demiplane, yes. Your silence is not very...
I do not
comforting.
have the current ability to do that.
Hmm.
I am a wizard of the fifth circle.
Commendable, but demiplane magic such as that, the conjuration is of the eighth circle. It'd be difficult for you, I suppose. In the shorthand, the only real way to accomplish that is if you could find someone to scribe a scroll for you. Of course, I don't imagine that would be cheap, inflation being the way it is.
I do have an individual who is able to cast eighth circle spells, but I don't know if he would have the spell in his repertoire. Would you have a copy of the spell in the library that he would be able to transcribe into his spell book?
I suppose it's possible. You would have to speak to Argent to be certain. He is the automaton who is responsible for the scribing of my magical research and transcribing. If the spell exists within the library, he would be the one to know. I would say that it's possible, but as you know, even transcribing a spell such as that will not be cheap.
Well, on the plus side of killing a dragon in its temporary lair, we do have access to the dragon's hoard.
I suppose that's true. And I can't imagine the servitors allowed my excess supplies to be wasted by the ravages of the time.
Yes. I will say the only automaton that was still active when I was around, when we first got here, was
Don't worry about it, Aaron.
was Ark. So, I will say the other ones are all active now. And I will definitely go and speak to him.
Yes. Well, you can certainly do so. Hopefully he is one of the ones that have been repaired thus far. Beyond that, you said you wish to use the chamber.
Yes.
Have you figured out how yet?
Not yet. I just got in here.
Well,
would you like to instruct me?
It's actually quite a simple item, really. The user of the chamber, that clock, allows them to step back and view their own timeline with perfect precision. Simply place in a date and time within your own life that you would like to see, and the chamber will adjust to show you what you were doing. Naturally, in order to do so, the chamber makes a copy of you, an echo, one like myself. So that means everything that you are to this point will be copied and maintained here.
All right. And it can go all the way back to when I was born, correct?
Yes. In certain circumstances, you can also use it to see things, but you require some link. You could perhaps use it to, with a powerful enough collection of an object, or in that way, it's somewhat kind of like a legend lore. You might be able to see certain aspects of an object or person's past, but as I stated, that person or object would need to be present here within the chamber in order to do so. It's much more difficult with objects, as they don't have quite so strong a psychic link, so to speak. So you could only see important things. So in that sense, you'd have to have some knowledge of when about the object was involved in such a thing, and then work from there. It really is really bloody tedious. But it appears as though I am out of time, and so it will be a little bit before I'll be able to materialize again. And good luck.
One other question.
Now you better speak quickly.
Does an individual have to be of the arcane arts to be able to find their past self?
No, the chamber itself has the magic. They only need to be the ones to work the dials.
Thank you.
Well, I look forward to seeing what you're able to accomplish.
Me as well.
And just kind of like as a blink, he just disappears.
So,
Keeps blinking.
Caleb, thinking back to the time that he was inside of that library and being able to find out more information about his past.
Which
Is
library?
The Endless Library.
Oh, okay.
And wanting to go about and finding out more about his past and what exactly was being said about God touched and things like that. Thinking about that, but also not wanting to do this alone, because
you'll
when
have
he
a good
does
track
shit
record.
alone, shit goes south.
Caleb's been gone for like 3 years, guys. We should be worried.
I'm gonna go get Red.
Oh, yeah, it always goes well with him.
Well, he has past that he wants to go and see as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Are we going again?
We yawning.
So Caleb is gonna go get Red. What is Red doing at this point? Oh wait, he's fighting with Zal, isn't he?
No.
Just flipping my axes. Look, I'm amphibious. I can do it with both hands.
Yep. Izal's got like a piece of dragon meat, up against the wall, kind of hammered in there. That way she's got something to hit.
One axe, Earth, 1x water. Then it might actually make sense.
Air, no matter what.
Thunder and lightning.
Walker and Texas Ranger.
Yeah, by the way, I assume Izal went and picked back up her Javelin of Lightning.
Yes, I looked at my inventory. I was like, I'm definitely picking that back up. Every round, I was like, can I go get it? No, I can't go get it. Ooh.
But yeah, full red.
I still full red my Javelin of Lightning, and I shocked the shit out of the dragon with it. That's what's supposed to happen. But I missed.
Do it again.
I can only do like once a day. And I have to go pick it up, so I go over to the wall, unstab it. Like, nah, it's just kind of a stick.
Yeah. And Gander's like down in the room below you in the workshop and just hears the thunder crash and the room vibrate. What the?
That's lame. Why can you only do it once a day?
Oh, it's just that's what it does.
You got to charge the batteries.
Gander!
In the words of Summer Yandere, that fucking sucks.
He's all stop making a racket.
Bye, Caleb. Bye, Caleb. So I run back.
Installed the freaking brass voice tubes between rooms.
I'm gonna mute this one.
Hey, Red. How you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
You look very bored.
What gave that away? The look on my face or me saying it multiple times over the past 3 days?
Yes.
I'm glad we agree.
You want to go see something cool? And Caleb just walks off. Follow me!
Say motherfucking less. And I follow.
Okay. He takes you to the Timeless Chamber, I assume. Which is a place that is only slightly less boring looking than the place you were at.
What are we doing here?
This room is essentially able to let you see into your past at any time.
Of which you know the day and time.
Yes. So, if there is a gap in your memory and you know the date and time that you want to look into, you can look and see what's inside. Or if you just want to go back and relive one of your best kills.
Well, it would seem that we took care of the problem with the Shades of Cavail, so part of me wants to know more, but for what? What are you going to do?
Well, one of the questions I had about myself was what happened in my past to make me God-touched?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You know, main character syndrome on my part.
And that is something I want to try and look up, but I don't have a specific date on it. I have a specific date of my birth, or what I can approximate.
Is this something where we both can see what's going on, or is this like a you step into the thing and then it's just like you have some sort of weird mystical trip?
From what I'm assuming, this entire room changes.
This seems fun. Let's go see you get born. That should be entertaining.
Sounds horrible.
Then I'll go through that and input a time of that area, of that time period. and
Okay.
see if that was when I was God touched.
When you were born.
Yes.
Okay. So you input your birthday and a rough time that you think you might have been born into the dials, and you just kind of let the clock go, right?
Yes.
You watch as all of a sudden, like, the clock hands kind of stop and then start rewinding really quick. And then you see, like, these large kind of, they're like springs, but spiral springs that have been, like, tight. And then you see them just kind of start shifting as some of the mechanisms around it start pushing other mechanisms. And the whole room seems to come to life a little bit more. As the clockwork begins to fade, you find yourself in a room. Based on this roll, it's a place that does not look familiar to either of you, although there's some part of it that might feel somewhat familiar to you, Caleb. You are definitely in the village of Yeldor. As far as you can tell, in one of the houses on the eastern side of town. And there you guys are standing in this really kind of quaint cottage that smells of fish. As a man who looks like an awful lot like you, but kind of burlier and more barrel-chested, stands over a woman you assume to be your mother, whilst holding a baby that you presume to be you.
So nothing out of the ordinary in that sense.
Nope. At this point in time, your mother still looks as though she's still kind of like recovering from the labor and the delivery. But they both seem very happy. And over the intervening moments, several members of the village, some of which you recognize, although in much younger than you recall, kind of popping in to congratulate your parents on the birth, and then dropping different gifts from food to toys or anything else that they might have to spare. But
In those moments, Caleb would absorb their faces because it's something he probably hasn't. It is a memory that he has not been able to recall in a very long time.
That's true, because Caleb was, like only 4 or 5 when his parents died?
And I will fast forward to the fire.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. As you kind of go to reach out, the clockwork kind of recedes or kind of comes back into focus as this area, this memory recedes. You find yourself back in the timeless chamber. And as you're kind of going and playing with the dials, it doesn't seem to work. Kind of glancing around, you see that the little spirals of springs have completely unwound themselves and are in the process of slowly being rewound and tightened.
Ah, so it's a once a day thing.
Yeah, as far as you can tell.
Well, that's the thing.
So glad Volrin could be here for this.
Okay, that's it. You guys are getting muted.
Oh, come on.
Some
They're
good
funny.
ones,
I'm not saying they're not funny, but I, as a dungeon master, cannot deliver exposition and tell a story
And
while
as
I have a 2-year-old with
of
a
the
beard
ADHD.
staring me in the face.
It's Baby
There's
case.
not enough Adderall in the world to keep me that focused.
I blame myself for this, as
Yeah, you
per
should.
usual.
So, tomorrow, it looks like you'll be able to use it again because it looks like to be a 1-day recharge.
Oh. Well, I need to do something fun tomorrow then. Is it only like one scene allowed?
Yes, I attempted to go to another memory, and in doing so, it failed, and that's when I was able to notice that it was slowly recharging.
Okay, that was pretty cool though. So I'll be back tomorrow. But if it's only one per day, you should probably use it. I mean, you're trying to figure out something very specific, and I don't want to cut into your discovery time.
Well, I do know that in my regards, mine will be a shot in the dark. So I have no idea when I will be able to find a memory that would even be something that would show me what I'm looking for. If it's even in my memories at all.
True, but you miss 100% of shots you don't take.
True?
Plus, I think the only if I were to just waste a memory on something stupid and trivial, that would just derail any progress you made. I kind of want to go back to the memory when Salusa pushed me into that kitchen fire. As traumatic and annoying as it was, that would probably be kind of funny to see, now that I don't completely hate that bitch.
That is one way to look at things.
You know, one must learn to laugh at the past.
Yes. I highly agree with that. But I'm going to also give the other individuals here a chance to look at this if they so wish to.
That's fair. Speaking of jokes and being fun, what do you call a caster reincarnated as a canine?
What?
A labracadabrador.
That was funny.
Aaron just
Thank you.
left.
That was Sean.
I've been practicing some jokes. I've been rather bored lately, and, well, it helps take the boringness away.
I can see that.
I guess once you get over your trauma, you really need a hobby or something.
Yeah, to keep you occupied. Otherwise, you'll step into other trauma.
I was about to say the same thing. Great minds do think alike.
But thank you for being up here. I know generally whenever I start to do things alone, things go south very fast.
That's true, we've both almost died.
So,
Well, let me know when you want to do it tomorrow.
sounds good. And I will head out and message Master Flareon. But other people can do stuff first.
You're gonna message him when he's in the library?
If he's still here, I'll go see him.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Yes, that's a good question. So Yandre is still hitting the stacks, looking for information on the Feywild. Just so I can clarify what I send to you, Were you looking broadly, or were you looking somewhat specific on the realm of autumn?
Specific to the realm of autumn.
Okay. Because I know I've already sent you some of that information. Okay. And then, yeah, let's do it this way. Roll me an investigation check.
We believe in you.
13.
Okay. Let's see here. Dagnabbit. So weird. It's because I'm used to working on a Mac. So when I switch over to a PC, kind of screws me up a little bit. Okay. So if you don't mind figuring out two questions in particular you might want an answer for, I'm just going to send those to me and then I can kind of get around to that. What is Kelmac doing? You go back to bed, or you doing a fitness regimen? You're muted.
Yep. I think when he got up earlier, out of distaste for the joke, he unplugged something.
Hello? Okay, there I am.
Hello!
Still can't
There
hear
you
you.
are.
Yes, you can.
I can hear you.
I know all of you can hear me because Eric said hello, because he can't control himself. So, the wealth of knowledge, I didn't know the painting did that thing. I would have gone to the, the Arcane Observatory?
The Astral Observatory?
Yes.
Because there's the
Astral-
Arcane Library and then the Astral Observatory.
I gotta find the Astral Observatory.
Mhm.
I am wanting to see, like, I'm sure he has charts up there of like what the stars were like, what events happened, like
There's an orrery.
it. Yeah, like I would like to see if the are other planes of existence observable through the devices. I don't know.
So the Astral Observatory exists largely in the astral plane, or at least that's what it appears at to you. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's got some stuff that looks like it can deal with the planes. At least some of the instrumentation you see certainly appears to be the cosmography.
Are there recordings? No, because there's too many damn like minor gods. Correct. I'm trying to see
there are
if
a lot
there
of
is.
minor gods.
Yes. I kind of wish the time thing wasn't once per day, but we all can't get what we want. Information of were there observed fluctuations of power the day Kelmac almost died. And like can I do a like who I'm sworn to divination? Because everybody seems to be like, this angel is like, you're God sworn, bro. And I'm like, to who?
Did you say angel?
Not telling you. I said angel.
Okay, because I heard a hard G.
I might have said like, I don't know.
Never mind.
And then the knowledge god is like, oh hey, no, I'm not gonna tell you. Bye. I'm just like, and I would just like some answers to who I'm sworn to. I guess I made a promise when I almost died.
Okay, so you'll spend some time in the Astral Observatory seeing what you can figure out in that regard. Okay. So is there anything else that you guys are wanting to do before you guys I guess you guys are gonna have to depart to Avedon, or were you guys going to Air Ariellen at some point?
Where does Valerion stay? I can't remember where he's at.
Well, his place is in Air Ariellen.
Okay.
But he is here.
Right. That's where, because
Yes.
if he's going
Which
to
I
teleport
assume
back, then I think it'd be easier to just teleport there with him like Caleb, and then we use teleportation circle back here. I just need to find a town big enough for stuff.
Yes. Caleb is not present, but I assume he was going to speak to Valerion to let him know that he was going to use the teleportation circle. In which case, like, that's fine. You know, the most important things is just so that Valerion is aware about the teleportation circles, because, you know, there's alarms and stuff in his workshop.
They'll just go off instantly. Son of a bitch.
Well, they're more like silent alarms.
Well, they go off in his head. That'd be really irritating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when you're not expecting them.
So I would
And
gather
especially when there wasn't a boom beforehand.
I would gather up evidence that I think I would need to prove that we killed the dragon, which is dragon remnants, and whatever evidence we could gather from the our imposters showing that they've been taken care of. It's like their spare bags and
and they're fake adventurer emblems. So
I've got to go do work. You all can do research.
Okay. So, Izal used the teleportation circle, I guess, with Valerion's help, and to head back to Air Ariellen.
I would say I would need to go with either Valerion or Kalen. That way I can get back. Because I have no way of getting back to the teleportation circle.
Well, you would need them either way to take you there, because you need the teleportation circle spellcast. So, so you'll head there, and I assume then head southwest to the
Adventurers Guild.
To the Adventurers Guild, and speak with Maldrazath, your liaison.
Mm-hmm.
So after a bit of time, he kind of sits here going through, this is very good, but why did you come here instead of turning this in Avedon?
We had a wizard friend likes to talk with our other wizard friend, so it was just convenient to come here.
I see. Well, now that the dragon is taken care of, I suppose this will require us to dispense payment.
I mean,
5,000 gold pieces, I believe.
that'd be helpful. Spent a lot of money on poison-resistant potions.
Understood. This is an exceptional amount. I suppose it would be best to play this in platinum bars, if that is okay.
That's fine. If we need a while to get it together, I got some things I can go order around town, I guess.
Very well. It should not take too long, but in the interest of preventing you from carrying around a heavy chest filled with metal, it might be best for you to return.
Well, okay. I'll do that whenever you're think it's gonna be ready, I'll come back and I can.
It should not take me more than an hour.
All right, be back in an hour. I'm gonna check in on a house.
Okay. At this point in time, the house is looking good. Sweetened up manner. Looks as like a little bit of cleaning has been done. There are some, like the little planter boxes by the windows have like a little bit of flowers in them. And
Nice.
looks as though the kind of tabard pennants that are hanging have been kind of taken down and washed.
Celissa, are you here? Are you doing something?
Are you inside the house yet?
Yeah.
Or still outside?
I went in.
Okay. You kind of come in.
It's my house.
The inside of the house also appears to have been cleaned. Nothing really has changed other than there's a couple little pieces of furniture, more like a chair, a vase that's got some flowers in it, that kind of thing. From the second floor, Salusa kind of descends and goes, "Ah, that is all. You've returned. It's been some time. I had thought perhaps you were either still dragging hunting or dead."
We just got distracted with some stuff. When you kill a dragon, stuff comes up, so you have to take care of it.
So you were successful.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Everyone else is still alive, too. It's not just some lone survivor kind of thing. They're just busy. So I figured so stop in and say, hi, I was in town.
I suppose then that means if there was some sort of horde, you have some funds to actually renovate this place and handle the maintenance?
Yes, I didn't bring any of it with me, though, because we aren't quite ready to come back from our organization thing. But we're back later.
Very well. I've done some cleaning, and I've spent some time getting used to the city, and perhaps determining what sort of profession I'm going to work in. As noble's daughter from a foreign nation doesn't have as much pull here as you'd think.
I want to know.
Bullshit.
I'm just
Casual
touring.
lies that
I'm a foreigner just enjoying their summer vacation.
fair enough. It's the spring, and you came here during the winter, but okay.
Yeah, I'll take it a couple summers off.
Siesta. You're on hiatus. Well, very well. I suppose that's good then.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go.
So I guess I'll leave you to it.
I gotta go up to my room and drop something off. I go up to the room, like walk past her, and in the room I just kind of put Krieg Cleaver like on the bed, but leaning there. It's like I need to mount this somehow, but I don't have a place to mount it, so I'm just gonna leave it there. All right, and I go back. All right, I gotta go pick up a bunch of money, and I'll be back to drop off some funds.
Oh, good.
And I just leave.
Okay. Any other errand you want to run before you pick up the money?
No, because I don't have any money to do any errands with.
Fair enough. So you head back to the guild. Piddle fart a little bit of time. But Maldersaf does meet you with a small kind of lockbox chest. Hands it over. Inside, you find that's what 100. Let me check and see how much exactly this is.
5,000 gold is 500 platinum.
That's
which is
10
50.
platinum bars.
Yeah, it's 10 because they're 50 apiece.
Yep. So
Ooh.
10 platinum bars. Nice small little lockbox, but
Okay.
of course that means it weighs like 12 pounds.
I'm very strong. I just read the Discord.
Prompt lady.
All right. Thank you. I gotta go deliver the funds now.
Yes, that
Was-
is very good.
was there
I will
also-
handle this part.
Was there also something for taking care of our imposters? Because we totally took care of them too. Look, I got their journal. I got this here.
Yes, he's gonna take it and goes, I will have to see, as the guard is not updated the posting in that regard. I will have to let you know. I will contact you using the sending stone.
Mm-hmm.
How is your job regarding the
Undead thing?
issue? Yes,
It's-
in the east.
Next on our list, we got distracted with the dragon thing, proper preparations and stuff.
Of course. No worries there. When that is done, let me know and we can complete that and see about getting you some more work should you require it. Also, as a reminder, do not fail to file your taxes, assuming you received anything from the Dragon's Hoard. You would not want to get audited.
I got you. I do have the document here for like 500 gold for taking care of the imposter group. We weren't able to get any of the corpses though, but if you wanted to
Well,
push
in
that
which
document
case,
forward.
I shall have to have one of the research units here use a little bit of magic to verify that this belonged to the imposters. Should not be very long, but as I said, I shall give you an update when I have one.
Gotcha. We'll be back for the taxes because the property taxes are going to come around soon too. So make sure we have the stuff set up for that. And
Indeed, though I should say the 5,000 gold you just received is already factored after tax. That particular portion is already handled by the one who posts the payment. So, in your case, you only need to declare the hoard.
all right. Just let me know whenever you get information. We'll come back into town whenever we get the chance. Thank you, though.
I will do so.
How big is the lockbox? Small, big?
It's pretty small. When I say lockbox, it's more like a jewelry box in size.
Cool. I'm gonna put that in a bag of holding. And that way I'm not having to carry a nice box around. Okay. See you, Madrazath.
Have a good day.
Bye. I leave. And I go back to Master Valerian's house and wait for them to be able to carpool my way back home to the other place. Oh wait, I gotta go back to the home of S&M Manor real quick. Salusa,
Yes.
I got stuff now. Just picked up some money for it, and I pull out 500 gold worth of platinum. Like, this is to take care of stuff around the house. Don't go spending it on
So
things
that's
like
a platinum bar.
Yeah, so don't go spending it on.
It's platinum.
Don't spend it on stupid stuff like candlesticks made of silver. This is functionality first.
Lead is fine.
Do not get lead candlesticks.
Sandcast pewter. Very well. Do you have any specific requests?
Nah, not really. It's just trying to avoid overly extravagant because it's not necessary.
Very well. Breadth over depth. Understood.
All right, I gotta go now. We'll be back soon. Close the door and head back to Florence.
Okay. Flareon is there. Seems to be answering some questions, talking with Margaret. And okay, he's like, see, gotta go. Very well. Are you ready?
Oh yeah. Damn,
Good.
I gotta report taxes to this stupid city. That sucks.
Well, taxes. It pays for a great many things.
Yeah, but the
As an
taxes
adventurer, you shouldn't really have to worry too much.
taxes on a dragon
other
horde,
than-
though.
Yes, that is quite unfortunate, but well, and you can expect it to be audited. After all, you are on record slaying a dragon, so naturally they'll want to know.
It's gonna suck. All right.
What is the percentage of taxes here?
That's a good point.
You're lucky to get
I
1%
would.
from me.
That is something that I shared like forever ago at the start of the campaign, before we even started the campaign. It's in the campaign primer. So
That would be
No,
in
no.
the.
I just
Well,
got the
no, it
auto
was-
scroll going, and it's just
That was
going
with
to the
me
top.
and Bevo, correct?
We've been playing for like 3 years. Okay, there's plenty of stuff.
I guess that's true. I was trying to figure out whether or not that's something I would have pinned, but I
just saw us in a
suppose
manner.
not. Yeah, which means that is probably specifically in the private chat. Baleful OG.
Not important right now. We gotta audit this thing.
Yeah.
Like we gotta just fake some documentation because I'm paying thousands in taxes on this thing.
Yeah.
Especially since they don't know where the horde is. In this location.
10%.
Mother.
Yeah.
10%.
Only
Yeah.
8,000 gold.
Only 8,000 gold.
Yeah, except magic items are taxed at 25% of their value
What the fuck?
Ain't gonna
because
matter.
they're highly regulated.
Regulate my nuts.
I don't think those are magical items. I think
They
those are
can-
mundane.
They can go kill their own dragon if they want. Fucking half the value of a magic item.
We just have to stage a horde. Don't
25%.
worry.
Yeah. You just cheat on your taxes. Everyone does it.
Yes.
What are taxes again?
The thing that you collect from poor people, all right? Anyway,
Haven't we been over this?
yes.
And why are they collected?
Because they're communists.
What's a communist?
Anyway.
God.
Family.
Oh my god. So yes, you return.
Hi, guys. I got good news. Oh, where is everyone? Kelmac! Oh, he ain't here. Yandere! He ain't here. Where the hell is everyone? These different
Hello.
planes fuck. Oh, shit! It doesn't help that you're invisible right now, Caleb.
I'm eating.
Let us see it.
No, thank you.
Hey, Caleb. Turned in the reward. Where's Volred and Yandere and everybody? Kelmac.
Andre's in the library. I don't know where Kelmac's at. And Red is. There he is. He's behind you.
Son of a.
Hello is all.
These chambers echo. You guys should be louder than this, but
It has been a while since I've randomly appeared behind any of y'all.
save it for the people you're going to murder.
I
People
don't know,
he
that was kind
murders.
of fun.
Yeah.
People he murders, he usually uses with a bow, so he doesn't really have to appear behind them.
We'll go to the place where we stay at, with the beds and the tables and things, and pull out the chest.
all.
Go on. Yeah.
Did you see my sister when you were in town?
Yeah.
Oh, she's still alive.
Yeah. Just a quickie visit. Just when it popped in, said a few words, left.
Just scamping.
What?
What a fun way to massage the linguistics.
Scamping around
Just scamping.
Hey, Calmac.
is all you really gotta fix your scamping
Why are
problem.
you talking? I said hi.
Mm-mm-mm.
How is the house?
Looks cleaner. So she wasn't like just doing nothing. I put in the reward for the dragon, and I gave her like 500 of the reward. That way she can kind of regulate the house a bit.
That's fair. I probably wouldn't have. She doesn't need money. She lived in a shack for like 9 months or something.
Yeah, but
No,
that's
that's
our
not
house, so I prefer her be able to, if something breaks, to have it fixed.
I know. You're right.
I was sleeping on an
Right.
old barracks bed for a little while. I wouldn't mind having a real bed in there.
We could finally afford actual furniture for you, Kelmac.
Well, we could afford furniture before. We just don't stay there enough for us to justify.
Yeah, good point. So there was 5,000 gold. It was whittled down to 50 platinum bars. I gave 1 platinum bar to your sister. So we could divide this to 10 apiece, except for one person gets 9.
I'll take the 9.
Okay.
So 9 platinum bars apiece. Is that what you said?
10.
10.
Okay. This has already been taxed, apparently. Also, they're going to want to audit the Dragon Horde. And I don't know how the hell we're going to do that to a secret dungeon that they can't find.
They can't come here, so...
Wait, so what? The 10 platinum, what was that from?
10 platinum bars.
Bars. How many platinum is in a platinum bar?
50?
50 platinum coins.
Yes, but you should add them to your inventory as a platinum bar.
Just like once we figure out how to divvy up the gemstones and stuff, those will have to be separate.
I just say we leave this kind of the stuff here until we need it. That we're not lugging around a bunch of stuff we can get mugged with.
Yeah.
Do you have to manually add this item?
Yep.
You probably will, yes.
Alright, I'm keeping the lockbox.
Oh. Okay.
I'm gonna put it with my other lockbox from the last time we were paid and stuff. So what y'all been doing?
I've been trying to... Well, since we have downtime, I can finally try to see if I can get an answer to that cryptic message the angel left a long time ago.
Okay.
I know Caleb and Red went to that clockwork painting. I don't know what they did there.
How did that go today?
I haven't done it yet.
Oh.
Is this a once daily thing y'all are able to do?
Yes. Did you want to come join us?
Sure. Not sure what weird stuff y'all are getting up to in there, but oh well.
So I will take Kelmac and Red. And if anybody else wants to join us, you guys can.
Sure. I got nothing else to
To
do.
the chamber.
Should we go get Yandere? He's been away for a while.
As he
Isn't he
slipped.
here?
Where's he at?
I'll go to the library and find him. And I'll ask
Yep.
him if he wants to join us.
Ooh, I haven't been to the library since the first time I was here.
I'm going to go to the library and see if I can find Yandere in there.
Yeah, I mean, he's there. Deep learning and reading about the Autumn Realm.
Hey, Andre.
As you approach him, you notice that it is Winter Yandere that's sitting and researching.
Reggie!
I hope whatever it is you're coming to interrupt my research for is important.
Less of an importance of nature and more something that I find you might find interesting for your studies later on.
And what exactly may that be?
Come and join us in the I think it's called the Timeless Chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Come and join us in the Timeless Chamber. I think you will very much enjoy this.
I guess it is time to take a break. Been at this for almost a week now. Where's everyone else?
They'll be joining us. They're in the
Hey,
central hall.
Andre! I followed.
Never
I
mind.
didn't get to see you. I haven't been here. I haven't seen Yandere in a while.
And as we're walking, I'll give Yandere 4 bars as payment for the loan that you gave me.
Wasn't the loan only simply 200 gold pieces?
And
Plus
this
interest.
is and this is 20 platinum worth of bars.
Fair. I don't have anywhere to hold it on my person, so you can hold on to it until I can get back to our lodging situation.
So
That
just so
sounds
you're
good.
aware, Caleb, 20 platinums worth of bars basically means you snap the bar in half and hand it over.
Did you say they were 50 gold apiece?
50 platinum
No.
apiece.
They're 50 coins worth.
Hey!
So a trade bar is 50, like a platinum bar is 50 platinum worth.
Hey!
So everyone got 2 bars, not 10.
So, never mind.
You can snap
I would
them in half.
imagine Izal is carrying Yandere's payment as well.
Yes.
Great. So, off to you said the Twilight Room, correct?
To the Timeless Chamber.
Timeless Chamber. Okay, well, let's go.
So we'll go to the Timeless Chamber.
Okay. It appears more or less the same as you had left it.
Tick tock, tick.
And I will ask, is there a time period in anybody's lives that they would like to actually physically see?
Of matters of great importance, or just to see?
Either one. This room is a conduit for your timeline. So it is able to see into your past, down to the specific day and time.
How long do we get to see it?
Does it
A
only
few
do-
minutes.
Does it only do people?
It does people the best. There are ways that you can look into items, but I haven't tried that, so I don't know how in depth it gets into that.
So do you turn the dials and tune it to time you're wanting?
That is correct. Does anybody want to look into their past?
Yes. I'm just trying to... Because you only said we get a few minutes, right?
Yes. And you're able to do it once per day.
I'm just trying to think of the exact time it might have happened. I have a general time, I just don't have within a few minutes.
I got one.
If you want to think on it, Kelmac, we can come back to you and do you tomorrow.
So it is simply once a day.
That is correct.
Like per person, or is it just overall this thing only works once a day?
This thing only works once a day.
So are we going to queue for who's going to get access to it the next time?
That is simply up to you guys. I'm just leaving this open for you guys to explore.
Well, I wouldn't have wanted someone to have come in early in the morning and used someone else's attempt for the day.
Oh, yeah.
So it is very important that we should at least have a list.
Yes. So, today we will do us all. And tomorrow, if you are able to narrow down the time, we can do Kelmac. And if somebody else wants to do it the day after.
If that's amenable with everybody, I'd like to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
I personally have no interest, but Yandre may actually want to, so he will go the day after Kelmac.
That sounds good to me.
Ooh.
So I will show us all how it works. The day,
LC.
the year, month, day, time, and all that.
Okay. So what if you want to use an item?
I'm going to ask out into the void. Any help here?
You know what?
I'm going to try and summon the thing again.
It's like a list of paper, like, to do this, use this.
You, out of the kind of echoes, you guys hear a voice as kind of just appearing off in the corner of the chamber. The statuesque figure of a Lairs is present, recognizable to Caleb and Volred. Though this one appears much, I would say, younger looking, though he's an elf. And is wearing a different set of robes. To Caleb and Volred, or at least to Caleb, you would know that this is probably a different echo. So he goes, well, yes, the other one told me that there were some people here. You inquired about the item.
Yes, I was told on how to use it for an individual and look into their past. But you also told me that there was a way to look into an item's past. And
yes,
as long as you have an item here.
As long as you have an item or a piece of the item present, then you simply hold it in one hand and use the dials with the other.
Okay.
Cool.
There you go, is all.
All right.
Obviously, you'll want to focus on the dial. After all, if otherwise, and he just disappears.
Are we just summoning? Are we communing with ghosts again?
Yeah, it's kind of a habit we have, but I got an idea of what I've been a religious person before. I got an idea what we can do. So go to the dial. It's like, all right, there's the month, day, year. Yeah. So I'll hold out my the adamantine battle axe, and I'll turn the date back about 300 or so years to an exact date that's been written in the end of a book before, and I will focus and enter it in. And I would like to go back to Kelder's last day that he journaled, that I read over and over again. And I would always just want to see it.
Yeah. And just to clarify, Caleb has already used the chamber today.
No, we went through another day.
Okay, so you
From
guys did rest. Dear Lord, if I was knowing you guys were gonna do this, I mean. Okay, fair enough.
You can't tell us thing lets us see into our past.
Yeah,
Past.
I know. I just was like, you guys have other quests to do, but as a dungeon master, I should have known this. I mean, this is, the Knights, Silver Knights of the Mythal, like, who are well known for picking up quests and then going and doing something else.
We don't abandon
Anyway.
quests, we just pawn them off.
So, you figure the dial, based on the last entry that you recall. You guys watch this, like, the chamber starts to shift a little bit, as this large kind of dial that's got, like, this spring, this pressure spring, starts to slowly unwind. The room changes, fades out from clockwork to the inside of a great temple. The temple appears a shattered ruin, mostly, with kind of the large sections of its roof kind of collapsing, and the evening sun kind of spilling in. This room is kind of made largely of a tiered garden, dominated by a massive tree that bears this kind of beautiful kind of orange and gold color that seems to radiate a bit, though the bark is slightly more purple. There you guys kind of watch as 5 figures are present. You see a elder dwarf in a kind of motley assortment of armor, talking to a kind of very thin and lithe tabaxi, along with some kind of human paladin apparent. And there's also this kind of figure whom you can't really see, but wears kind of this robe with a hood, and you can just kind of see, like, somewhat pale skin emerging from the edge. Though you can see on his side, he carries a rather wicked-looking rapier. The 5th figure is a female that seems to radiate this slight golden aura. And they seem to be having a conversation regarding the tree and a curse that seems to lie upon the area. I guess you guys are going to listen in and watch.
Oh yeah, I'm all in it.
Okay. Throughout the time, you learn the figures to be Kelder, Zella, or at least Kelder, and then there's also an Omlik, then a River, and a Knock, and then the woman they refer to by different names. Sanael is the one most commonly used. And the woman explains what the steps of a ritual might be in order to use her power in order to consecrate the ground and, over time, destroy a curse. You guys watch as the particulars are debated amongst the adventuring party, which Izal and Kelmat can obviously see, each of which bears very familiar brooch, with a symbol that appears quite familiar. So you guys kind of watch as kind of like three of the members start having a bit more of a conversation. You watch as the elderly dwarven figure kind of whispers to the woman, who just kind of looks back and nods. And then the elderly dwarf casts a spell that bathes the whole area in light, which seems to hang for kind of a long minute before slowly fading back down. As you do, you watch there are now three figures. The woman is gone, and the elderly dwarf appears to be sitting on a bench mid-laughter, as the other three seem to be having a few moments to figure out what the hell go on. Then the vision starts to fade back out to the sounds of swearing. Lots of swearing by the three remaining members. And then you guys are found again in the clockwork chamber.
I whisper over to Caleb, man, that was kind of boring at first. I was like, damn, we wasted this memory on that bullshit. If I wanted to see people debate plans, I would just be arguing y'all. But that was cool.
And who were these individuals?
That was, well, Kelmac and my ancestors. That was my grandpa. And this was his ex, which I kind of knew, but he literally kept it with them all the time. Never used the damn thing. But,
I think they called it a doorstop.
He used, yeah, it's very effective. But yeah, that was the original Hands of the Golden Forge. They saved the world and just kind of stopped after that.
It allowed enough notoriety to carry it forward, and
I mean, once you save the world, I figure there really isn't much to do.
Yeah.
The world's always in trouble somewhere, so we may have saved the world there, but who knows what else was going on.
I mean, someone could be doing it right now and we wouldn't know.
Camera pan.
This is way more effective group, just slaughtering like demons and shit. Like, man, I hope someone remembers this. Yeah. Thank you, Yandre, or Reggie, and Calmac for letting me go first.
No problem. It was nice to see where the sacrifice Keldor made for that valley. It's gotten better. It's pretty much cleansed.
Yeah, I didn't have time to go by it earlier when I was traveling through.
Yep. Some of the kids get taken there just as a
thought
memory.
You were going to go with like a ritual murder thing, but good thing.
No, but Kelmac would be able to tell you that elves have actually gone back to reconstitute the temple and are rebuilding the settlement there.
But they didn't move. They didn't move your ancestor. They leave him where he is.
Yeah.
Good way to desecrate a temple by doing that. Cool.
But I figured everybody should at least get to see this.
It can be good.
In the future, I don't really need another turn. If I just know that no one's doing it that day, then I'll probably use it then.
But it was a nice memory to see.
So you just need a good date and an item.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, in the case of items, like, you need to pick a date that is of some significance to the item.
Yeah. Don't worry. Brains are moving. Okay. We still have like a village I think we have to save. In case y'all are interested.
Yeah, there was apparently some undead there a week back, and, you know.
Hey, we got distracted.
So we will be away from research a little bit longer.
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I can give you guys this then. As I was researching, I compiled a list of all of the items for the Dragon's Hoard, and I would imagine you're probably going to need it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Do I hand it to you?
I'd
Looking at these all.
I like to keep track of documents.
Great. Here you go. And
He's the group treasurer and
um,
parliamentarian.
Reggie hands over a scroll, like a parchment and scroll, and like unravels it, and it's just literally just long list of items and like their quantity that he could guess.
Is there like a syllabus in here? What the fuck?
If you look on the top part of the scroll, there's actually a section there that will point you to which part or length of the scroll in which each item is.
Ooh. Damn, there's a lot of shit here.
I hope you don't mind. I went ahead and claimed this. And Reggie pulls back like the sites of the Knights of this Silver Knights of the Mythal. I gotta figure this out. The Silver Knights of the Mythal robe, and you see the blue dragon scale mail.
Ooh, pretty.
Yes. You will also note in the margins, with the exception of the magic items, he has also noted rough values of everything. So that way you have an idea now, at least how much of that is due in taxes.
Gross.
I have also acquired the diamond that was amongst the gemstones in there. Yandre does use them to revitalize and save you, and so it is of grave importance that he has enough to bring you all back.
I scroll through there. I see the one diamond list. 5,000 gold. What the?
It's a big ass diamond.
It is quite large.
An ass diamond?
From De Beers.
What's that?
It's mine from a colossal earth elemental's ass. Or what you would determine is its ass.
Under a lot of pressure.
It's a diamond that's smuggled via prison pocket.
Ah.
So while we are doing such things, there were two other items that were found.
A brown diamond.
One of them is a cloak of protection +1, and this ring.
Oh, that's cool. You guys got that off our corpse.
Yes. And this is a ring of the ram. Is there any interest in anybody wearing either one of these?
What does the cloak do?
It offers you more protection in all regards. Essentially, it gives you a +1 to AC and saving throws.
Well, I won't fight for it, but if no one wants it, I will take that.
Then I will hand you what?
I think everyone can use it, but Volred said it first, so.
I will hand it to Volred.
Because I want this axe.
And what was the name of that again?
Cloak of protection.
And does anybody else want this ring of the ram?
What does it do?
So,
It like summon a ram, or
essentially, you would use the ring, and it would summon a spectral ram with slam into an individual, dealing damage and pushing them back.
I already got 2 rings. I can't put any more on. My hands get all tingly.
Yandere, would you like it? If not, I am interested in it.
I have no need for that.
Could also
Uh,
be thrown in the party fund for selling and trading for other shit.
Well, I do have a tendency to end up just out of reach of people. Caleb, if you're not going to use it,
Go ahead.
then I will take the Ring of the Ram.
Is there a reason why you keep making strength saves?
Oh, I was checking to see if having this equipped would automatically give me the effect to the
Yes, do
save
it,
throw.
tune.
You have to attune to it.
Realization.
He's sitting here nodding his head like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's
Yeah.
a button.
When you go to your equipment or inventory, if you scroll down below Manage Inventory, there's a section that says All Equipment, Alms Box, Backpack, Attunement. If you click on the attunement once you've selected the item on your like equipment and inventory, it should be there. You could just attune to it there.
I know it occurred to me as I was building this horde, I was like, oh, you guys are actually going to get attunement items now. You guys are level 10 and haven't really gotten any of those.
I've gotten a 2-minute item.
Yeah, but most of you don't.
I have two. I have a hat of wizardry, which is practically useless,
Common magic
and an
item.
instrument of illusions.
Common magic item.
I had 2 attunements from the beginning.
I had three, but I gave one of them away.
I had none.
You had a hat of disguise.
Oh, was that? Do I need to attune that?
Yes.
Yes. You don't have to actually wear it. You just have to attune to it.
I think we may have already done that.
Yeah, but so do we have it split into 5 separate parts or no? The horde?
I think it's still a
No.
horde.
I simply just guide a list for it. I did not separate it out equally.
Okay.
There's also the question of like, it's a lot of shit and a lot of weight.
Yeah. I mean, I could take stuff with me. I got ways of carrying a lot of stuff with me. If we wanted to go and change stuff out for coin, or if you all wanted to bring stuff so we could then buy stuff later, I can help with that. But I think it'd be best if we just kind of kept it here as a large mass, because it's safer here than like at our townhouse.
Yes. Another thing to consider. There is a way that I can attune to this sanctum.
Isn't this like a place?
Yes. When a wizard creates a sanctum, there is a way to buff themselves and debuff other individuals who are in the sanctum. And in order for me to do that, I'm going to have to reestablish the link with Sacred Forest.
So what? So that was bad that we broke that one.
Yes, but there is a way that I can reestablish the link.
Okay, thank God.
Get on with it, Caleb. I know you're just trying to work your way around it. What do you need from us?
Well, I need the money for a 8th level spell to be transcribed.
Was that like 200
And
gold?
it's I actually don't even remember the price. I think it's like wait, isn't it 200 gold per level?
No. That's to make.
You're talking about for your class?
Well, my class doesn't change the price; it changes the time. It used to change the price, and then whenever we started this campaign, it changed it.
Yeah. You originally wanted to play something that was in UA.
Yeah. Yeah, so 200 per spell level would be 1600. And that's what I would need. And I would have to have Master Valerion come down and help me with this. Because I do not have access to those level of
Where'd
spells.
you get 200?
That's how to transcribe stuff into your spell. I don't know. I know.
So
Yes.
copying a spell to your book, for each level of spell, it takes a process of 2 hours and 50 gold.
Oh, 50 gold. I thought it was.
Well,
For
look
some
how to
reason, I thought
craft-
it was.
We're trying to look how to craft a spell scroll, though, which is not copying it into your book.
Well, I'm.
Copy a spell into your book. It's 2 hours and 50 gold per level of the spell.
Okay. So that's
So 400 gold
400. So I'll just need 400. Well, actually, I have that.
and 16 hours.
Yeah. So I'll have to get with Master Valerion to do that.
What benefit is there for attuning yourself to this place?
That really depends on the way they have it set up. But generally, any spells that you cast in such an area has more of an effect. And there's also a vault that I do not have access to.
A vault? There could be more money in there.
I don't. Not more taxes.
I mean,
Kelmec just gets stressed for an unknown vault.
and there is like a town being attacked by undead right now.
Yes,
Taxes really that stressful?
my issue is more bringing, letting you guys know that this is something I plan on doing.
Okay.
Well, that's
Uh,
fine.
It doesn't need to be right now.
I mean, you're not going to be like tethered here. You can still leave.
Yes.
Caleb
Well-
might also share the fact that attunement to the Sanctum is really the only way to truly command the denizens.
Right.
So that's kind of the more important part is like
Now the vault.
the elemental forge is useless to you without the attunement.
Yes.
Yeah,
So I'll
there's
also
probably
include
some
that
functions of the Sanctum you will not have access to without it.
Well, like he's all said, there is a village being accosted.
So,
Granted, there was a dragon, but we do need to go take care of.
so I will talk to Master Valerion about getting him the spell while we are gone, because it's going to take him a long time for him to get that spell transcribed. It'll take him a couple days. So let me go talk to him, and then we can get ready to head out to the city. If everybody else is ready.
I'm golden.
Probably can be ready before you're done talking.
Sal is not going to be happy that he's missing another opportunity to fight, but I shall be ready.
Well, I think we'll have some time before we get there. Yeah.
Depends on how long it takes to get there. But yes, we should.
It's east of the road to Night Harbor, so
East of the road to Night Harbor. That's a pretty solid journey. That's plenty of time for Sal to take a turn when we get close.
Well, I will let you know. We have not informed him that he missed the opportunity to kill the dragon.
oh shit.
Ooh, that may ruffle his feathers.
Well, good luck with that one. I want to go organized my lockbox.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for one so I can unload some stuff so that I'm not absolutely buggered.
What?
I've
You
got
mean
my
burdened?
I've got my lockbox.
I can say what I can say. I said what I said.
Buggered.
Okay.
Tired?
Okay.
Yeah. I
All
said what I
right.
said. I can say words.
I was just curious whether or not you knew the meaning of that word, but okay.
Oh, is there a different meaning?
I don't know, but we can discuss it outside. But so you guys are going to do a little bit of prep before you guys depart.
Yep.
Okay.
It works.
In which case, we are going to go ahead and go to break.
Break time.
Bert.
squinting going on.
Shut up, Gander.
Nice.
Welcome back.
Blood.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed your little break, because it is now over.
My hot pocket was hot pocketing.
Okay. Did you put it in your pocket, though?
No.
You know, you're supposed
Okay.
to put the
No.
hot pocket in your pocket when you go to work so that your body heat keeps it a good temperature.
You know what?
I don't
We're
know if
gonna
that's
skip
true,
on
but
past
it
that.
sounds like it could be true.
Yeah, nice, slow thaw. Okay. Fair enough.
No. After you nuke it for 3 minutes in the microwave.
3 minutes?
You know what? Hey guys, you guys, we're leaving Silverwood,
Yeah.
and heading back eastwards, along
Night
the
Harbor.
trade road, through Abaddon, ever eastward towards Night Harbor, to the village of Aldersmill, correct?
Yes.
Sure. Where is that along the road, since it is not defined?
Yes, because it is just a tiny little place, isn't it? Well, if you look at the map,
Correct.
and you head east along Abaddon,
Right?
and you go down around the bay where you start going south,
Okay.
you'll head east once you hit that kind of lonely hill mountain, and then head eastward from there towards the forest.
Okay.
So it's about halfway between Abaddon and Night Harbor.
It's like right here.
Yeah.
Um,
And so
they're being accosted by the undead.
that's what the rumor is. And this whole journey should take you about 7 days complete.
Woof.
Yeah, I know.
There's nowhere really to teleport nearby. Unless Caleb wants to try an actual teleport and not
That is
teleportation
beyond his level.
circle. I would ask if Valor, my divine steed, would like to be on this journey. Just to see places that he may have not seen in his life as a celestial spirit.
Well, I mean, he's kind of whatever, he's here to serve. So, right. So as you guys are kind of heading eastward through Abaddon, assume you may or may not have had anything you guys needed to pick up while there. And then you guys head east. The village of Aldersmill, where you guys are going, lies at the edge of the Wailing Woods and the nearby mountain range. And yeah, so as you guys are reaching the outskirts of the village, it's surrounded by dense forests and hills, which provide the residents a steady supply of timber and game. The village, as you guys heard both from Abaddon and Maldrazath, as he kind of gave you more information on it. The village is filled with skilled woodworkers and lumberjacks. A lot of hardwood comes out of these forests, which is used by the people of Abaddon more specifically in all manner of trades, but particularly furniture and building materials, as is pretty common with hardwood. At this point of the day when you guys arrive, it is in somewhat morning, and the place, how best was this to describe it? The village doesn't lay itself out open towards you as you come in like many other villages do. This village is more a disparate collection of different hovels that are just kind of located in between clearings amongst elevations. So at any period of time, you might have to cross a rope bridge or go up to the top of a hill or down to the bottom of the hill to get somewhere. As if people have just kind of built houses wherever it is there was flat land for them to build house. And the village has just kind of grown organically from there. As you guys kind of enter, though, no one much seems to be around in the village. It would appear it has a relatively small population just in general, but most of the people appear to be inside or perhaps in other areas. The village is not very lively. Kind of coming in, a few major landmarks that you guys are able to spot. You see kind of up at the top of the hill what looks like the mill, a lumber mill. Also, kind of the central square seems to hold some kind of tavern and blacksmith, and you can kind of see maybe like 100 feet or so back amongst some houses at an edge of a plateau. You see a church.
Should we yell to get someone's attention or what?
I mean, is no one.
Hello. I just
Yeah,
yelled as loud as I can.
a couple people that you guys do kind of see are just kind of looking at you guys strangely.
Oh shit.
As you guys kind of yell out a little bit more, a gentleman walks out of the tavern. An interesting little place that you can see, according to the sign, is called the Stump, and seems to kind of have the profile of a stump in relief. But the figure comes out, appears to be kind of a balding-ish man, mostly dark hair, wears kind of a white linen shirt with kind of a dark gray kind of vest and pants. You see he bears kind of a brooch on one side forged of kind of like rough iron. And as he approaches you, he's slightly disheveled in appearance, but appears to be perhaps, based on his clothing, a cut above the normal villagers you guys are used to dealing with. As the man kind of steps forward, looks over. What are you doing here in Alder's Mill? Hopefully you're sent by the guild?
Yes, we are the Silver Knights of the Mythal, a very renowned adventuring group. And we've taken up the bounty that y'all were, as I dismount and look around, being attacked by the undead.
Yes, something among that. Kind of look around. Come inside. This isn't exactly the place to be discussing this.
Yes. Do not want to unnerve anyone.
Okay.
I look around. Is there anyone to unnerve?
The two people
the place
yelling.
yeah, pretty desolate. As you guys kind of come in, the tap house appears mostly empty, aside from perhaps a half dozen or so salt of the earth, burly woodsman types that seem to just be quietly nursing some drinks and whispering between them. Paying special attention to you guys as you come in. The man who led you in kind of looks over to a woman that's kind of wearing very simple, like brown and kind of like pale yellow clothing with kind of like a pink shawl around her. She kind of looks over. The man goes, Rose, darling, would you mind getting some food and beverages for these adventurers that just came into town?
we need to discuss our problem. And Rose kind of goes over. Yes, of course. I'm sorry I don't have much other than some pottage, but I'll bring what I have.
No worries.
The mayor, in kind of a nice, inviting but still somber kind of gesture, kind of glances and kind of gestures over to a collection of what looks like a homemade kind of trestle table with spots for you guys to sit. This table kind of dominating most of the room. As you guys kind of approach, like two of the woodsmen who are kind of sitting on the far end kind of get up and move to a different table to make room. As you guys kind of take a seat, Rose is kind of coming in and dropping in some food and pouring wine. Simple fare, but enough, I guess you could say.
Thank you.
The gentleman kind of leans in a little closer and goes, apologies for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Mayor Thorne.
Mayor who?
Of course, I'm Thorne. I'm the alderman here at Alder's Mill. I'm the one who put in the request over at the guild. So I suppose in a certain fashion I am your employer.
All right, well, we
yes,
demand 2
sir.
weeks paid vacation, and we don't work weekends.
It's a joke.
Here's a joke.
What seems to be the absolute problem? Do you have more details?
I want to cast minor illusion to like a raggedy image of a zombie, like Calmac. This is the issue. Like, eh.
As that happens, you see like some of the people who are here are kind of like we quickly go for weapons.
It's like a little one, like 6 inches.
Yeah, but it definitely unnerves them. Like there's some trauma present.
6 inches can do a lot.
You could do it with less too.
Anyway, but
That was the reaction I was looking for.
Once all of that kind of gets done, you guys like Yandere, you can even hear, like you can see, like this guy's starting to regard Rizal and be like, okay, this is a person I probably don't like, and so he kind of starts addressing the rest of the group a little bit more.
He doesn't realize it's summer Yandere yet, so that's a good thing.
Man, this is gonna be a bad trip
So-
for this mayor all around.
Yeah, Mayor
But-
Thorne kind of turning over to look at Calmet and goes, well, the problem is sometime a short while back, we had, well, I guess it's a bit of a plague start creeping in. It started slow, and we did lose a few individuals, but it didn't seem to have any... It's not as if it decimated our population at the time, so we thought it perhaps just some kind of local isolated incident and wasn't going to worry too much about it unless it escalated. But
Which it has
obviously
escalated.
did, yes. Nearly a fortnight ago, some of the individuals that had passed away started to rise from the graveyards. Thankfully, a couple of the local guards, the militia here, were able to spot them and sounded the alarm. We were able to put down the 2 or 3 that managed to rise at the time before anyone was seriously injured.
But now
But-
there are more that did not die of the plague.
Well, there are more who have passed that continue to rise nearly every night. And the plague, while not increasing in intensity, is
slowly but surely making its way through our populace. We've lost nearly a third of the individuals here, and, well, I think at this point in time, we're seriously starting to decide whether or not we are to abandon the mill. Obviously, His Lordship in Avedon is not hearing that, but neither does he seem particularly,
Perturbed by y'all's.
I would
Blight.
say, not motivated to see the issue handled with hastily. After all, we are talking some corpse creatures, undead. It
Right.
is generally work for lesser parties such as this, say, but I suppose we're only escalated in severity due to the strategic nature of the village.
I would be remiss to ask new entrants that obviously you would have isolated and maybe accosted that people may blame for the plague or even the rising of the creatures. Shipments from undisclosed deliverers, food, material, supplies that may not come from the Lord of Avedon, and from someone you may not know could have carried the disease, which may have been magical of a kind.
I suppose so. The village alchemist has no real understanding of what has gone on. As far as he can tell, it does appear to be magical in some nature, but can't really seem to pinpoint any particular spell that would perfectly mimic the effects. After all, these woods don't exactly have the best reputation, but, well, as far as I am aware, nothing like this has ever happened before.
Now, by the woods not having a good reputation, are they rumored to be cursed? I assume y'all have been here a good while, and
Oh, well, yes, of course. I mean, in a place such as this, rumors of curses always abound. I mean, they call it the Wailing Wood, for God's sakes. But it's partially due to the kind of overgrowth, the dark nature, considering we have mountain edges on both the west and east side, which means that most of the time the forest remains in a sort of twilight. That and the fact, based on elevation, it's not uncommon for the forest to be consumed by mists, particularly in the evening and early morning. So, while it is a perfectly normal place, you can see why it has some attributes that outsiders might liken to a gothic horror story.
not one to mince words, do you happen to have one of your recent risen with the village alchemist, or have y'all been taking care and
We've been burning any bodies that have risen. It's even gotten to the point now where we have taken to the point of burning the dead rather than burying them. Something that has unnerved some of our local residents, but the priest over at the Temple of Setereth thought it necessary.
And it's only the dead that are coming back to life. It's not like some people are spontaneously dying and then coming back to life.
Well, obviously the plague is claiming some lives, but I would say some of those who have come, some died of the plague, some simply died some time ago, so it's not entirely known whether the plague itself is the cause. As some who have been plagued have not yet risen, and some who have not been plagued, but buried in the graveyard for some time, have come back. It's hard to know precisely.
Do you have
So-
somebody that is currently plagued right now?
Yes, a young boy by the name of Finn. He's an apprentice that aids in over at the mill. Of course, he's not working at this point in time. But, yes, quite unfortunate. His parents are, of course, beset by themselves, and without anything to do about it, well, I don't really know much what else to do.
Do you mind if I go and see him?
Yes, of course. Feel free to go. Be, yes, might as well. Sorry, my brain is somewhat perturbed. It's been a long few days dealing with, well,
The plague.
yes.
Does it seem like he is sick?
Finn, boy.
No. I'm asking the DM. Does it seem like this individual that we were talking to is sick?
Roll me a medicine check.
Seven.
You, yeah, you don't know for certain. However, this guy looks worn down. You know, just like the kind of person who is not sleeping very well. His diet probably hasn't been that great, and is running low on some vitamin C. So if he isn't sick, he's in the kind of condition where he should take care of himself lest he becomes sick.
So he's just overwhelmed. Gotcha. All right. Well, then I will follow
that's
him.
certainly a way to put it.
Andre's gonna look at everybody and be like, I need to excuse myself. Can I go back in the back for a second?
Yes, there's a door out there that heads to the well.
Do your friends over here like to shoot people or hurt people that do the magic stuff?
No, but they're used to simple spells, so perhaps if there are onlookers, warn them.
Oh, well then I'll just do it here. Hey, so Spies is gonna glow real quick, just as a heads up. And then Yandre activates Eyes of the Grave.
Okay.
So as an action, you know the location of any undead within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover and isn't protected by divination magic until the end of your next turn.
Yeah, you don't see any undead here in the tavern.
But Volred.
Is not undead.
All right. We solved that mystery. It took us months.
Nah.
Oh, okay, we're all good here.
Looked like you just had a stroke.
You okay, Andre?
I'm fine.
In terms of the people who live in the city, what sort of races exist here?
Is that a pointed question, or are you inquiring?
I'm inquiring to see if we have to fight a certain classification of person who might be undead.
There's a three-legged race. There's a sack race. There's a 20
Oh,
yards
Lord.
sprint.
The people here appear mostly human, though you do see a couple halflings, gnomes, dwarves.
Well, I was asking that towards the mayor.
In which case Marathorn kind of replies, well, mostly human, as is typically the case.
we, of course, are located at the edge of a spur to the Sylvan Mountains, so dwarves come by on occasion. Halflings and gnomes are also here. We do also have a half-orc in the village, though he lives a bit of a hermetic lifestyle, the edge, and perfectly fine fellow though.
So, no centaurs. Because if we're fighting an undead centaur, we'd be beating a dead horse.
Dude, I'm about to leave this call, man.
He's all covers his face. Like, oh, that's a good one.
Y'all so the king is like, yo, I could still use that silent spell.
Yeah.
Good stuff for it.
Galen loses a step on that one.
Maybe read the room a little bit, but still good.
Yeah. DeAndre, you can tell, like, this mayor is starting to question whether or not you guys are legitimate adventurers.
Wait till you see us fight something. Like, oh, they're dangerous idiots. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Point them in the direction, just like, go.
Oh, hell yeah. It's never that easy, though.
Alright. Out of character, this tavern is not an inn. It is just tavern. Just drinks. Drinks and food.
Yeah. I mean, they don't have enough people travel here to have an inn. Per se.
The mayor, out of character again. The mayor does not live in the tavern, right? He does not live like.
No, he's drinking his sorrows away right now.
Oh, I thought maybe like the tavern is the centralized building, so his stuff is like an offshoot of the building.
Nope.
His desk is in the corner.
Yeah, another thing that's really common in small societies or like communities like this is to spend a lot of time in like a tavern, because especially towards the end of the day, because like candles and shit and firewood are expensive, so it's easier to just
Light in
burn
one spot instead of several.
for everyone to gather and have one spot to gather instead of multiple. So.
Okay.
Just wondering real quick. When's the last time you had an incident of these undead kind of coming and accosting the village?
Well, the undead that we've had come from our graveyard. And I would say it was probably evening before last. The undead only seem to rise at night.
Is there any sort of pattern you've seen, like every 2 days, every 4 days?
Not really a pattern. It seems to... Some days they'll skip, some days they won't. All I can say on that case is it's quite uncommon for it to go more than a couple days without at least one rising. And at this rate, the graveyard will be empty before the next week.
At least then, no more risings.
Yes.
Doesn't exactly solve the problem, Caleb.
No, but there's a silver lining in everything.
Ow.
So,
Can you show us where the graveyard is so we might take a look at it, see if we can find something that might be traveling into it? If it's a remote situation or if it's something that's happening like at the location.
Yes, of course. Let me take you to go see the priest. Oddly enough, his name is Oak. Perhaps that is a given name. Perhaps it is one he has taken for himself.
Well, it is I'm sure many jokes have been made.
Well, anyway, please let me show you to the chapel.
All right.
And he kind of takes you towards that temple you guys saw when entering.
On the way, I just want to make sure that, like, are there houses that have been... What time of day is it? It's midday? Or mid-afternoon?
I would say late morning.
Late morning? Are there any homes... I know you said it's not like a village and it's kind of hilly. And you kind of gotta go roundabout routes to get anywhere. The homes we do pass, are there any that are like completely abandoned and like boarded up?
There are a couple that appear to be disused.
Any that show signs of attacked, either a broken window or the door is disheveled from signs of assault?
Nope. It mostly appears as though the owners of the place simply departed.
Okay. So I'm just gonna assume that like the zombies get taken care of before they can really do anything. It's just the issue of everyone's dying and then coming back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to ask.
So as you guys head to the chapel, it is somewhat familiar, Calum, to the other temples of Setareth that you visited in the past. It's a mostly circular chapel with kind of an oculus-style roof with a kind of a hole in its center. As you guys step in, the center area is dominated by a large that gets its light from the open roof, whereas the gallery surrounding is a mix of different tiered gardens with a variety of different herbs and flowers and things of that nature growing. There, at the base of the tree, kind of facing the entrance, is a very rudimentary wooden statue depicting the goddess Setareth, one of the greater deities of the Akari pantheon, who is responsible for nature in general, but also specifically things like the changing of the seasons, weather, and just the general mutality of the world.
Where did we see a church of Setareth before?
You guys have not seen one inside. You guys, well, not you, but the group had previously seen the outskirts of one in Eladon, because there's another church to Setareth there. And Calum, of course, in his life has seen them.
That was it. I was just curious.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where the boy is, correct?
No, the boy is with the apothecary / alchemist.
Oh, right. We sidetracked to the
graveyard. To the graveyard. As you guys enter, Mayor Thorn kind of calls out, and then a figure in these kind of heavily faded green robes kind of comes back from behind the tree, kind of holding a watering can. And it's going to, Mayor. Oh, and you brought travelers, it seems. And kind of sets stuff down, takes off some gloves. Well, I'm Father Oak. I'm the priest here. What can I do for you? Thorn kind of goes, they're from Avedon. They've come to, investigate our problem.
Ah, yes, yes, of course. Quite unfortunate. It is beyond my skill, I must tell you. I haven't any idea what to do at this point. Um, so hopefully you will be further blessed by the gods than I have. So, what is it you'd like to see first?
I would like to see the graves in which they were first dug up. And if you could tell me a timeline of the first graves that were dug up following. And Caleb is going to try and establish a pattern to see if there's a pattern of when the people who weren't plagued but died before the plague, if there's a pattern that correlates to the two.
So, Father Oak just kind of takes you out into the churchyard where it's kind of like an old-timey cemetery. They're all just kind of bunched in really kind of close together to save as much room as possible. You see some of the graves just have like pieces of wood and stuff on top of them to keep people from falling in. And he kind of gestures. I'd say it's been about a dozen or so at the moment. These over here were the first to rise. Two first night, at least that we saw initially, that wandered into town. Those were an elderly gentleman and another gentleman younger who worked the mill. The third individual was a woman who seemed to rise and simply remained within the churchyard. She was discovered after dispatching the first two and then coming to figure out what had gone. The elderly gentleman was the one that had been around or buried the longest, several years now, in fact. The woman had been buried after that, I'd say about a year. And the young man who worked the mill, he had died in an accident, logging. Oh, I'd probably say about 2 months back.
The individuals that were risen outside of the plague, does it seem like they were buried next to the ones that were buried who had the
Died
plague?
of the plague.
Yeah. Like they would be right next to it or in close proximity?
No. As you can kind of see, we start burying towards the back of the cemetery and then start making our way forward. So, in a sense, the churchyard follows a sort of chronology. But as you can see, these are from 3 different times. The plague victims obviously would have been buried closer to the front, so by necessity, they would have had some proximity.
Gotcha.
I'm all kind of stumped on necromancy knowledge.
These individuals that come out of the ground, are they purely skeletal or zombie-like, or are they pure reanimations?
Well, it depends on the condition of the body. Obviously, the older gentleman was very far along in the decay process. The others less so. So, it's not as if the freshness of the body or the condition, per se, had anything to do with it.
Do you mind if I check out the grave? And out of character, do they bury him in coffins. Not caskets, coffins.
Yeah, like just pine box.
Yeah,
Type thing.
they just pine box them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind if I check them out in the, or if that's gonna make y'all uncomfortable?
You wish to exhume the bodies?
No. The ones that are already opened from the undead
yes.
climbing up.
That's fine. We've tried to fill in at least a little bit, but tried to leave also as much as it was. We didn't know if the soil itself was perhaps corrupted in some form, so we left it as it was.
That's good thinking. But I'll go ahead and check out the oldest, the first reanimation, the old man's grave. Looking for maybe something seeping in through the dirt on the side of the hole, or maybe someone marked the box for a spell to be cast at a later date that they would activate.
Yeah.
Anything that wouldn't be found in like a hole dug in the ground.
Okay.
Caleb
What
going
is...
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, what is everyone else doing?
I want to look for tracks
Caleb's-
heading into the grave area from outside the grave, not going through the village.
Just vibing.
Good work.
Caleb is going to look and see if he can find any remnants of an individual casting a spell, such as a raid dead spell inside the cemetery.
Residual magic.
Yes.
And then Yandre is going to cast Eyes of the Grave again, just to see if he can find any more undead traces and walk around.
Okay.
Walk over a grave. Oh, hello.
Waves at you from underneath. Hello.
So, Yandre, your response will obviously be the most immediate. As you kind of flicker the eyes of the grave, kind of glancing around, you don't sense any presence of undead. However, the eyes do seem to show you kind of like this thin veil of death, so to speak, that just kind of hangs as a pall over this the cemetery. In fact, as you're kind of glancing around, like out to your 60-foot extents, even kind of moving around, it seems to like go beyond the cemetery. You're not entirely sure what it means, but from what you can tell, it doesn't necessarily look like this energy is centered on the cemetery itself.
It's not centered on the cemetery?
Yeah, almost as if it's like this energy, if it reanimates the dead, you see it in the cemetery because this is just where the dead happen to be buried.
Okay.
But, yeah. And then, Caleb, did you want to roll me an Arcana?
Yes.
I believe in you.
And Calmac, you can roll me an investigation too while you're down there, just in case.
In the dirt.
In the dirt.
Do the roar.
Yeah, right.
47.
27. Yeah, taking a kind of a look around, you don't see any obvious signs of like rituals or anything performed here. You do kind of note, however, that the vegetation in the cemetery is somewhat sparse. And as you kind of inspect, looks like a lot of the grasses have kind of died off a little bit, which is like, okay, whatever. But you also notice that the trees are looking a little sickly, and kind of dried out just a little bit. And kind of glancing out, you actually can see kind of evidence of that kind of sickness lying not just here, but around the village and some of the areas of the forest itself. So you can assume that whatever is here is probably some kind of a minor effect that is perhaps building over time or something else, but it appears to be a larger, more regional effect. Calmac, you see similar deals there. There's not even like worms or anything down here.
There's not like bugs, there's no beetles.
No. However, in kind of interspersed between some of the coffins, you can see some kind of ichor kind of staining the inside.
What's it smell like? Does it have a smelly smell? Does it smell like corpse juice?
I mean, sure-ish. It's got kind of that sickly, sweet, decaying earth smell.
After a couple searches, I'll ask with one that maybe had the most leakage. Like, who was buried here?
You pop your head out, and you're so tall, you actually gotta have your head poking out.
6 feet under is nothing to you.
If I may ask.
Father Oak kind of looks over. There, in that particular grave.
Yes, sir.
Remus. He was an individual who lived here quite some time ago. I say quite some time. I mean, I was a man grown when he passed away, but
was he? I mean, I'm assuming he was a woodsman, like I'm sure most of the men here are.
Yes, a woodsman. Though he specialized in hunting.
Caleb, what
Yes.
do zombies like ooze a lot, or is it just dependent on the body?
Depends on the body.
Depends on the body.
Depends on the preservation of the body and when it was raised.
Because a few of these have this. It's not decomposition juice. So I don't know. It's a ichor of some kind that I'm sure came from the body, but if he was buried a long time ago, I would think the body would have dried out from the dirt.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna like hold my gloved hand up and just
burn that glove.
It's still usable. I like wipe it on the grass a little bit.
On the outskirts,
the grass is dying for the same thing.
Yeah, they're all gooey. On the outskirts of the graveyard, do I see any type of traction or travel?
No obvious signs there.
So it's not someone coming here and doing something. It's just got to be like an area.
Someone dropped a. Yandere, are your eyes still going? Out of character, asking you.
Oh, I don't know. It says until the end of my next turn, so I don't know how long
6 seconds.
that technically lasts.
Well, usually, when we were back at the tavern, you just kind of did it and stopped, but now you're doing it and you're walking around, and like, I guess the way Eric described it, you're kind of trying to probe further than you can see with it. So,
Caleb would then cast Detect Magic.
You see something weird, Yandere?
I mean, everything here is kind of spooky, but nothing really crazy.
What does Caleb see with detect magic?
What do you see with your special eyes?
Mm, roll me a history check for some extra information. But the gist of what Caleb sees on the surface, at least in the area he can see, there is this kind of very thin veil of necromantic energy, but not kind of static. You see it ebbing and flowing. Uh, Weak, but active.
Do I get a sense of direction of the center point of this
It's
magic?
completely within your 60 feet or whatever that you can see.
And I got a 16. 8 plus 8.
The particular form of this necromantic energy seems actually familiar to you. You've seen it once before, actually, in the mountains northwest of Aukenfirth. Where Volred died.
Necromancy.
All right.
Yeah.
So
That bitch is back.
Bitch is back.
Bitch came back
again.
the very next month.
So I will say that out loud. I am now detecting a magical signature that I remember feeling before. It was in the area in which you passed, Red.
What? Hold up. What?
I felt this magical signature before. Or this aura. It was back in the area where you died.
So, are you trying to say that bitch is back?
I don't know if it is exactly her spell, but a similar spell is being cast in this area as well.
That's nice. As Volred calmly pulls out his flask, takes the cap off, and takes a nice little.
You saw what happened?
I don't know. I'm digging in dirt over here. Caleb's saying something weird.
Does Caleb know the radius of such a spell?
Nope. It defies Caleb's understanding of this magic. Not even really sure what it is.
Just knowing the feeling that I got before is the same.
Well, and the ebb and flow of it. Like it. So when it comes to like the movement, right? It's not like it's just this static background noise. It's got movement to it. It's something that is actively working on the environment. A consistent effect, not the trace of something that was once there but is not any longer, is what I was trying to convey.
Gotcha. I don't believe there's anything else I know to glean from this.
But there's somebody actively.
I was talking about the graveyard. I still plan on going to go see the boy. But I know Izal is in the middle of digging her own grave?
Just looking for tracks. Ain't crap over here, though.
Gotcha.
Well, if you're saying something is just kind of... Is it just kind of everywhere?
It goes out to the extents of which you guys are capable of sensing whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah. My good man, if you don't mind, would you mind taking us to the individual who's plagued?
Finn, he's over at the apothecary, Max's place. Alright. I'll take you over there and see if there's anything else you can glean from it. Thank you, Father Oak. I shall let you know if there's anything else we require.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, the priest kind of goes, yes, that's fine. If you and your group require any place to stay, of course, the temple is willing to house you. Assuming you're okay with sleeping so near.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, doesn't bother her. Just still in the grave. Just no, that's not a problem.
Touching gooey stuff.
Oh, a piece of him stayed behind, and I just stepped in it.
Just he's all. I need to burn my boots.
You're not allowed
why?
to sleep at the house
His
ever
intestines
again.
were still in here.
Yeah. I gotta burn the boots. Those were a magic item. We just paid 750 gold for those.
Well, we're gonna have to pay 750 more.
That's enough desecration for today, guys. Get out of the hole.
So you get out of the hole and start heading over to Max's abode. As you guys approach, it's a fairly simple place. It looks to have kind of the main section is like a circle, and then it's got kind of a square section hooked onto the side of it, which is also where the door is. So as you guys step in, you come into which is kind of like a little bit of a storage room. It's got some spots right there at the front where people are, where beds are set up. Only one of which is occupied at the moment with a young boy. You kind of glance. The large circular structure is kind of like a singular room that's got like a hearth in the middle, and then it's got like bed and kitchen and storage and all of that stuff around it. A robed figure in kind of dark bluish green robes has his hood back and is kind of kneeling and tending to the boy, kind of regarding you as you guys come in. Human figure looks to be maybe mid-20s. But kind of glances. Alderman. And adventurers?
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Silver Knights of the Mythical from
Gods.
Abaddon.
Good. Your help is sorely needed. I don't suppose any of you know more about this than I.
We're still in the dark.
Not at the moment, but we sure do hope we are able to figure something out.
Pretty sure you're cursed.
The mayor's kind of like looking over. I don't know if that necessarily needs to get around.
I mean, it's affecting
Max
this
goes,
person directly, so I figured they should know.
Understood. But we'll need to make every effort to keep Agnes away from that knowledge. She's the town gossip. She basically repeats everything she hears, whether it's true or not.
Ooh,
Anyway.
nice.
But, right. I suppose some of you are skilled in the arts of healing. I've tried all I know, but whatever this
curse or affliction is, it is beyond my skill.
The first thing I'm going to try is remove curse.
I mean, if that don't work, yo.
Okay. You cast remove curse. And Finn seems to tense just slightly. And then kind of release. Max is kind of looking at it. Goes to check him. Well, his fever does seem to be going down. It'll be a few hours before I know for certain, but this is promising. Curse. Well, he kind of leans back a little bit and takes some of like the damp cloths and stuff he's holding, just kind of tosses it to the side as if partially being defeated. Well, that is not something I can handle. So, unfortunately, suppose I'll have to leave this to you. Thankfully, this is the only individual that is sick at the moment.
Thankfully, we were sent to try and help.
Yes.
I do think this is more of a symptom than the problem. I think something else is causing the greater effect.
So you think the illness is just a collateral?
So, I can feel a heaviness around this area. I'm sure you feel it too. But I would like to see if I can figure out the rooted cause for that. How long ago exactly did this happen? Did this start?
Well, the Alderman will be able to tell you more. I can say the first of the dead rose perhaps a fortnight ago, and it was immediately after that that some individuals, one by one or two by two, became ill. I was certainly unable to do anything. The affliction run its course over a period of a few days. So Finn would have made the 7th. But, well, hopefully he is not.
Who was the first individual to fall sick?
That would have been Jessamine. He was a woodsman. Mostly spent time farther north, really. Particularly up in the fallow hills. But it's a bit east of here, I'd say.
I would like to see if there was any events that happened shortly before this individual got sick that he may have been around. Do you know anything that would ring a bell?
No, there really isn't much to say about that. The fallow hills, home to occasional goblins, but usually the guards come by from time to time and see them dealt with. That's also an area where we had some iron mines. There's still some mining that happens over there. So it's not a large amount anymore, but it's enough to provide some income for the village and to help ensure that the blacksmith continues to have materials. The only other thing out that way would be Blackthorn Hollow. It's another hamlet to the east of here. Mostly they're crofters,
farmers and subsistence. Most of their trading is done here with Aldersmill, so
Have y'all lost communications with them, or
well, we don't. They don't come over all that often, every couple weeks. But no one from the village has come by recently. If that's what you mean.
yes?
But no one's come by recently. I suppose before too long, we would expect some to come and barter perhaps some new crop or something of that nature.
We'll look at the others. Do you guys have any thoughts as to the roots of this type of thing?
Well, I do not want to jump to conclusions, but it sounds like y'all have dealt with a necromancer before, and they have returned and maybe hiding out in the forest or the mine or even the hamlet if they've taken it over somehow.
That is possible. But
The source of this issue is not going to be in this town exactly, so we need to investigate anywhere basically but here.
yeah,
If we can find
I would say to the east a little bit would be an area to look.
Yes.
I mean, have y'all seen any like crazy dark looking castles or something that looms over on a dark hill during like a storm or something?
I look out the window.
Oh,
The clouds part, the moon shows up, it's still morning, just
Don't
what
worry,
the-
that's just a werewolf.
The alderman kind of thinks for a long while and goes, no, not any kind of large castles. As Max said, there are a number of mines, shafts, all through the Fallow Hills and then the Ashen Mountains to the north. There are some places that were used as fortifications centuries ago. But as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I'm aware, most of those places have fallen to ruin and collapsed. Occasionally, we might see pockets of which, in case there are ever bandits or goblins, but I think that's really it.
Any large-scale battles ever had in the area?
Well, yes, I mean, I've heard in the valley far to the southeast of here, near the river, there was a battle that took place between the Magiocracy, Belethor, and Ashgar. But that battle would have taken place many, many centuries ago.
But what we're looking for here is a area that is full of resources that a necromancer might be interested in. You're probably all just getting the residuals of something if it's large scale.
Suppose that's true. It's possible. I come to understand that back in the days, the mines here were fairly dangerous places. And a number of individuals perished there. But as I said, most of the mines and such around here have kind of dwindled within the last couple of generations. So the population of this area has steadily declined.
Which would you say would be the closest to your current location? The mines or some of these abandoned fortifications?
The closest of the mines would probably be by far the closest. The Fallow Hills lie perhaps half a day's journey east of here. That mine is actually still in operation, and there are some individuals who still work there, spending a few days at the mine and then a few days back.
That's to the east.
Yes, it's we call it hills, and really somewhat is, but they're really just washes in general areas from the mountain peaks themselves that aren't so steep.
Okay. I look at
But they're
everyone else.
forested.
Look at everyone else. I think our best bet would be investigate the closest thing to see if they have any signs of incidents that are similar.
Yeah.
Head to some of
I
the
think
mines and
that's-
then head to some fortifications if we don't get any clues.
I think the plan would be hit the mines today. Questioningly, yes.
Got nothing but
then-
time.
Hamlet tomorrow.
Although they usually rise up every few days, they are due for another situation to come up tonight.
Yeah.
Are you all? I looked at our host essentially. Are you all
Mhm.
confident that you can take care of the situation if it happens tonight?
The mayor, well, yes. Ever since we discovered that the reasonings have occurred, we have kept watch at the cemeteries through the night. And we have patrols in the area to stamp down any visitations that we might have. Provided no more than 2 or 3 rides at a time, we have so far been able to handle it effectively.
All right. That's about the most that they ever show up as.
And then, I mean, if they have a handle on it, then we could probably, if people stay out at the mines, there's probably somewhere to rest if we need to rest there.
Have you all had contact with anyone coming from the mines lately?
Yes. Most of the people from the mines do actually live here in the village. We had a couple individuals who were here for the past few days that actually just departed yesterday to the mines, actually, to return.
Okay, so they travel every couple of days back and forth.
Yes. Randall, blacksmith, might be able to tell you more, as he's the one who sees them repairing their tools and such. But indeed, yes.
And in correlation to where this Lairs mine is, where's the closest of the abandoned fortifications?
Those would be, if you could even find them, they're probably pretty well overgrown. If you travel along the mountain ridge, the base of the valley, probably about a day's travel northeast. That's where you should find them. They're fairly small fortifications, only really fit for a small detachment. Mostly they were served as scouting locations, so that in case any armies tried to make their way over the Silver Mountains, they could be spotted.
Okay. Well, as long as we have some daylight, Kelmac, we should head out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
I agree.
Anyone have any objections?
Cedric, Laura?
All right. We'll
I'm good to go.
probably start heading out then. So good luck. Hopefully there's not anything too dangerous, but we're just gonna go try to take care of this before we come back.
Yes, of course. We'll speak with Father Oak to see if there's any way he knows of lifting curses. So, Godspeed.
Thank you. We leave kind of the area. Hey, Caleb, as we get away from the mayor, can you set some of your alarm spells as like a perimeter just to make sure that this place doesn't abruptly get overrun from, I would say, maybe 100 yards outside of the town towards the direction we're going? I'll go with you, I feel, for safety, but
Yeah, I can do that.
they can handle any of the undead that might pop up in their own town, but if a horde suddenly just starts appearing, that might be an issue. So I'll go with Caleb if anyone wants to come with us too, as we kind of perimeter around the town and set up a magical alert system.
Where you think zombie trails might be?
Well, just far enough out of town that way if something crosses that line, we're like, oh, this clearly isn't something from in the town heading out, it's something from out of the town heading in.
Yeah.
Setting the trigger for undead, like living animals, like it'll just let those bypass, but we were looking for something risen.
Yeah. So I'll set a few of them up. And they last for 8 hours, so I can do it today, and that'll be it.
I'm mostly worried about tonight, so.
Yeah, so we can do that.
Yep. All right. So then you head over. Heading eastward
Quick
into the
Fallow Hills.
to the Fallow Hills in the iron mines there.
home of the fallows. Good fallows of mine.
Yeah. Okay. So, you guys head east, following actually it looks like a small trail there. Kind of wide enough for carts, and you can actually see ruts where carts are located. So there appears to be some kind of a makeshift, very natural trail that just kind of seems to head eastward out of the village. Heavily overgrown, but just kind of large enough for a single horse-drawn cart to make its way if needed.
The road most traveled.
Yes, as you guys kind of go up and down just a little bit, the road kind of diverges a little bit. One section of veering off more towards the north, towards where some of the hills get taller, and then another that seems to descend a little bit farther down into the valley.
The descending one's probably heading into the mines. Go that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kelmac,
So,
are you going to
you-
ride your horse the whole way?
No, I'm not going to ride my horse. I will dispel the horse and let him go back, because I'm sure he does not enjoy being here.
Did you just spell it while you were writing it?
Slowly just fades.
Easiest way to dismount.
Just
You
okay.
Like an escalator.
Yeah, slowly deflates.
Full speed and just start sliding.
Losing all my spiritual energy.
Oh no, I'm fading away from this dull, drab, dead area.
Yeah.
Don't touch me.
Caleb. Pop quiz. What was Obelix's horse's name?
I could tell you Kelder's.
Are you about to have to look into your notes or your character sheet? You don't know what his name is?
How long have I not played that character?
How long has it been since I've run that campaign?
5 years?
Virgil.
Yes, his name is Virgil.
No, it started
yeah,
with a V.
Caleb, what's the name of my horse?
Felicity.
Which one?
Like 12.
That's a 4. Felicity 4.
Anyway,
If only
So-
you had a murder.
you guys take
Or an elephant.
the right fork heading further down into the forest, near the base of the mountains and the hills. And as you do, like, the fog is kind of there. It's thin. It's mostly up around the canopy. But it just kind of gives everything kind of this slightly damp feel to it. Other than that, though, like at this point in late spring, like the coolness and the slight breeze is kind of nice. As the temperatures are kind of in the upper 70s, with the slight breeze.
Oh, my fur is absorbing this moisture like a sponge.
Oh God.
I do not enjoy this.
Yeah.
I look like a dandelion.
Kelmac's getting a little frizzy. His hair's starting to curl a little bit.
You look like a dandelion. I like that.
As you guys head out and continue, you guys kind of spot off to the side a small little cottage with kind of a short field stone wall surrounding a garden. The garden looks like it hasn't been tended in a little while. It's got some weeds in it. But you also see that like the gate is kind of ajar and kind of tilting off to the side, and you can kind of hear the sounds of clucking as some of the chickens that were fenced into the yard are kind of now free ranging it. Beyond that, you don't see any evidence of someone being home.
You want to call out, or you want me to call out? He's all.
Do the roar.
Hello.
Caleb.
You roar.
Hey.
Yandrai, you hear a very faint shuffling sound inside.
Hey, somebody's moving in there.
We're here from Abaddon.
Tax collectors.
No, don't tell them we're tax collectors. Are you
Yeah,
dead?
Yeah, they'll totally answer that one.
I don't know.
Which one's more likely, the tax collectors or the are you dead?
Well, if you ask them they're dead and they're not dead, then they'll reply no.
We're gonna burn down the house.
That and you can
Is there a
hear the
gate?
shuffling of wood. Yes, there's a gate. It's ajar and slightly tipped, as stated previously.
When it's
you
not
got
a gate, it's a jar.
A jar of pickles.
It's not a gate. It's a jar. Don't lie to me.
the Yandre, or actually pretty much everyone can hear at this point, there is kind of a sliding of wood on stone sound. Short, but you can hear it.
I'll go up to the gate. Wait, how far is the gate from the
door?
What?
To me, it sounds like somebody's moving something away from the door.
Well, Yandere, they know your tactics right from the get-go. How far is the gate from the door?
About 10 feet.
I'm just gonna walk up to the gate and just like start noisily just creaking it. Just...
Okay, it doesn't take that long before you kind of pull off and break the gate.
Oh shit! Fuck.
Coming out of your
Just
pay.
lean it against the wall.
Now the question is, does the person who opens the door jiggle the handle?
Listening for a handle jiggle.
Are you jiggling the handle?
No, I'm waiting for them to jiggle the handle if they're gonna come out. Hello? We're here from Abaddon from the Adventurers Guild.
Trying to help with the issues going on.
Is there a window looking into the building?
Yep.
Caleb will be like 5 feet away, looking inside, see if you can see anything.
You kind of approach the window, take a look inside. You kind of glance in, see a figure perhaps humanoid. It's hard to tell. There actually isn't really any light inside. But you can see the figure turn, and then there's like a blur of movement, and you back away farther just in time for the head and upper body of a humanoid woman to crash through the window as a zombie corpse creature is start trying to reaching for you and is like slowly trying to crawl its way out of the window
All
to
right.
get a snack.
I'll kick in the door. Wait, is the door open or open in or
It's
out?
closed.
Why?
It opens in.
Okay.
I'll go help Calum.
Can you go help Calum with the lady? And I'll just...
Got it. Calum's got a girlfriend. Yandere, help.
Oh.
Y'all keep an eye on Kelmac. He's doing stupid shit.
I'm not gonna get whatever. I'm gonna open the door forcefully, so if there's anything against the door, like some dumb zombie that doesn't know how to work a doorknob, I will just push him back.
The door is locked.
Then I will kick in the door. You know,
Okay.
Hold up.
Smite.
I wanna see.
There should be like a
I will
table
use
behind there, or a
the
dresser.
ring of the ram to try to break the door. And it's like, Caleb, I'm gonna try this new ring you got me. I'm trying to.
Okay, you use the ring of the ram.
Yeah.
Okay, you kind of adjust your back. It's like, okay, let's see, how does this work? You
You
kind
say
of
the word?
flick. Yeah, you kind of flick your hand out. You guys watch as like this
Spectral ram head.
spectral kind of energy comes out, coalesces into a ram, which just kind of takes like one kind of leaping gait before hurling itself horns first at the door. You see the door explode inwards with like this shrapnel. And just the scent of decay is kind of wafting out of the opening.
Woof. All
I
right.
am going to cast Animate Dead to try and take over this zombie's control.
Okay.
I
I
never
did.
thought about that. That's a good idea.
It was like I did not anticipate that.
I did, which is why I
Prepared it.
prepared Animate Dead.
I don't know. I've never tried that. I know you can use it on your own.
You
to
can use it on your
reestablish
own.
Link.
To reestablish the link, but if it doesn't have an actual link, I'm assuming you will be able to establish a link.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it does just say a corpse. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, I guess it's still technically a corpse, and it doesn't have a master, so we will say that works. Why not?
Then I will control this individual, and I will make it stop trying to eat me. And does Kelmac see another individual in the building, or is it just one?
It's just the woman. Well, he does also see a corpse of another individual that looks as though he was eaten. So there's pieces of a person left. And from Kelmac's perspective, he hears Caleb muttering, and the undead is just chilling, hanging out the window. Seems docile, but still definitely animate.
Just looking at him from inside the room, the little cottage. Just, what'd you do?
I controlled this zombie, so she is under my control now.
We get a little budding necromancer.
Well, You
It's
not?
just
Oh, you haven't met my teacher. This is nothing new.
Yeah, I guess the one thing is animate dead takes a minute, so I guess the real question here.
Oh yeah, it does take a minute.
So Kelmac, will you murderlize this zombie before
Actually,
Caleb has a chance to finish the spell?
I might
Does-
have done that before.
Because
If it
Caleb
takes-
has not warned you.
I did not realize that it took a minute, so I would start casting it, and it would probably die immediately.
how much HP does it have?
12.
Oh,
14.
yeah, it's. I mean,
Yeah,
6.
yeah. It'd probably get pretty murdered.
Yep. So Caleb's kind of reaching out. He's starting to touch the spell. You feel it starting to take effect, and then blood splatter everywhere
Ew.
Thick,
Well,
thick,
that was
nasty
fun.
goo.
as Caleb or as Kelmac's sword is kind of poking out down its back, and you see kind of
I reached
get
my,
caught in the window
old-
a little bit.
old ones.
Try to,
Old ones
try
are
to
just kind of
retract the blade.
pin its shoulder on the window frame and just let that hold it while I.
and then I
Extract.
finish the spell and summons it again.
Fair
This
enough.
time under
Only
my control. So I will still use the spell slot
Mm,
because I already like.
this takes a minute.
Done
but
it.
Yeah. I reached my
That's
hand
new.
down to pick you up, Caleb, as you're on your butt. That was gross.
yeah.
Did you have to get her blood everywhere?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
it's a great sword.
It is a necessity of me to be absolutely carefree with the blood and gore of the people I slay.
And he doesn't get to do it very often, so it's good then.
Yep.
So,
Barely ever does anything.
in that case, I'm going to cast Detect Magic again.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if the sense that I felt earlier is stronger or if it's the same.
You still sense it here, and it is stronger.
Okay, so we're heading in the correct direction. At least.
Yep.
I will try to investigate this little hut to see if there's anything interesting that we might glean.
I'm gonna hang outside.
Taking a quick look around, definitely appears to be a cottage that once belonged to a couple. You can see numerous salves and vials that have kind of gone rotten, medicines and such. Just from the little bit you can glean, it's possible that one or both of them, most likely the woman if it was one, was ill. And then as from what you can tell, she probably expired and then reanimated and nom-nommed her husband. And then since the door was latched shut and she's a zombie, she's basically been chilling here.
Yep, as one does. So, in that regards, I'm gonna let her expire again inside the hut and just close it. And then-
Expire like you let it go, or we kill it again?
You kill it again.
You can do this time.
What? No, you got the goo already on you. You do it. I'm out here and I'm outside. It stinks in there.
Dude, I'll take it. I'll
Give him a
Cut it in
last
half.
rites. Say a
And
prayer.
then we'll head in the same direction that we've been going in.
1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, and 4 to go.
That's not a.
Okay.
Find some
So,
plot
leaving this
to, like,
section, this little slice of settlement behind, you guys continue eastward along this road, ever forward. We're going to go ahead and call it there for tonight, since we have rounded out chapter 84. A lot of conversation and transition this episode, but hopefully you guys will get to some more meat next episode.
like that wife.
Okay. Right. So,
She got her husband's meat.
Shut up, Calvin.
Anyway, so thanks for coming out, guys. Hopefully we'll have a lot more cooler stuff for you guys to see next week as we jump into chapter 85. We'll see where these guys are going and see if they can't get some answers to the questions of the undead things. Yep. And then if I am not mistaken, no, I'm getting no's.
First and last weekend of every month would be.
I mean next week. Yes,
Next week.
Sorry. Yeah, next week we will also have Adjacent with Jace. So for those of you who are watching, go ahead and start getting some questions. I'm fairly certain I'm going to be there because I have missed the last couple times. I'm supposed to be
go to
on
your
there.
house and make you do it.
Yeah,
Just sit there on the screen with
we will stream from my living room if you want me to. Whatever you want to do, we'll do that. But yes, so this video should be available on Twitch VOD immediately after the stream. Jace usually gets the stream up there a couple days. I don't know this for certain, but I read somewhere that the output tends to be a lot better on YouTube than it is on Twitch. I don't know if that's true, but maybe if you want to see this in slightly higher definition, maybe. I don't know. But our socials are there, so go ahead and check those out. That's also where you'll figure out if we end up having to cancel for some reason. That's where you'll figure that out.
Good night, everyone. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Off the